right, the meeting is adjourned. Good to go.
Very good. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting for June 29th, 2020. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee, and we're ready to begin today's meeting. So I'd like to begin by asking the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Krikorian?
Here.
Councilmember Price?
Here.
Councilmember Koretz?
Here.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Blumenfield present.
Councilmember Bonin?
Bonin present.
5 members present and a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you all. Members, as you know, today will be our final meeting of the 2019-2020 fiscal year, and this will be our last day to consider any changes that we wish to go into effect at the beginning of the 2020-2021 fiscal year. But I want to stress again, as I have said multiple times and as other members have emphasized as well, the work of this committee and of the council on the budget will certainly continue straight on through the fiscal year as conditions continue to change and as additional revenue and cost information becomes available. So today we'll take I hope we'll take a number of significant actions and steps forward, but we'll be continuing that work right on through the fiscal year. So there are 3 items before us today. 2 that we'll be taking up first are related. The proposed separation incentive agreement with our city employees, and also a proposed suspension of the furloughs that were proposed in the mayor's budget for the coming year. And we'll be hearing reports on those matters to begin the meeting. And then we'll hold those on the desk, we'll take public comment, and then we'll come back for consideration and debate of those items, and then proceed to item 1, which is, of course, the full slate of recommendations on the budget and the CLA's report with regard to that. So we're kind of going in reverse order, but that's probably the easiest way, I think, to proceed. And when we get to the full budget report of the CLA, we'll proceed through it page by page in much the same way we do when we consider a rack-up in a normal budget year. So, Mr. Koretz, I see, has a question. Mr. Koretz.
I have had discussions with the city attorney, and I have a potential conflict on items 2 and 3. So, at the appropriate times, I will go off screen and be absent from the discussions.
Okay, very good. Thank you for putting that on the record. Appreciate you letting me know. With that, if there's any other questions, members, I think we can take 2 and 3 together. So let's go ahead and call those matters, and then we will hear the CAO's report on those matters. Actually, before we do that, if I could ask the clerk to please read out the call-in information again, so that if there are members of the public wishing to provide comment on our agenda items or general public comment, they will know how they can do so.
Thank you. Members of the public who would like to offer public comment on the items listed on today's agenda should call 1-669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 161-829-4030 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. Thank you.
All right, and after we hear the reports on item 2 and 3, I'm going to ask you to repeat that again so people have another opportunity to take down notes on that. All right, let's go ahead and invite up Mr. Llewellyn then, please, and let's call items 2 and 3 together.
Yes, sir. Item number 2 is a city administrative officer report relative to instructing the general managers of all affected city departments to delay the implementation of furloughs. And item number 3 is a CAO report relative to the Separation Incentive Program Letters of Agreement.
Thank you very much. Mr. Llewellyn, welcome.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Before you today, as you know, many of our labor partners were not happy when they saw the budget proposing furloughs for most of our civilian workers. They approached the CAO's office in our Employee Relations Division saying they would like to come up with an alternative to furloughs because their members were not interested in furloughing. Following many, many meetings, to start, Labor has proposed that the city authorize a separation incentive program, an employee buyout program, by which retirement-eligible furloughed employees can in fact choose to retire sooner than they might otherwise in return for a cash payment. Their position is both this will actually help the city control costs in the short term and the long term, will be a way to make an agreement with our labor partners towards a future without fighting over furloughs, and that it will be financially advantageous. Following extensive negotiations with labor on the exact terms of a separation plan, the EERC has authorized the plan before you. The plan provides that furloughed employees who are eligible to retire as of January of 21 can choose to retire now instead of a later date in return for a cash payment. This is not affecting their retirement plan. It is just a one-time cash payment actually spread over 2 years. The cash payment is based on the current separation plan being offered by LAWA, which is based at 2% per year plus $7,500 with a cap of $80,000. We believe the average payment will be roughly between $60,000 and $70,000. We have looked at this plan both as to its effect this year and its effect in out years. We believe that this plan will be financially beneficial to the city. Part of that is we worked out with labor that there would be a minimum number of participants. If we didn't hit that minimum number, the plan won't go ahead. If too few people sign up, we're obviously not going to make money. A certain number of people would have retired anyway without a cash payment. So if we don't get a group of people retiring earlier, there aren't long-term savings. Our savings calculations before you are conservative. The exact number of people who retire, of course, we don't know until we offer the incentive plan. And in addition, it will be a sort of challenge for the LACER system to get these employees off the rolls. They will have more processing through the system than they normally do. But we have been discussing this with the LACER's general manager, who is going to set up a surge task force and try to actually move these people out as quickly as possible. We also do, our calculations do assume a modest backfill as soon as year 2, next year, not 2021, but 21, 22, so that we realize some of these positions will be necessary. So it's not assuming you don't backfill them forever, but it is trying to hold the line on the backfill. With that, the final aspect, which is the other item, is our labor partners requested that we agree to hold off on furloughs while the separation plan is taking place. Their belief, which I support, is if we were fighting over furloughs the same time we were trying to make the separation plan successful, it probably won't work. So our recommendation, which EERC has supported, is delaying furloughs until the end, essentially, of the separation plan window. Our current plan is to give basically a month from the beginning of July to beginning of August, at which point we will analyze it. And if there is insufficient participation, we will go back to the table with labor. We may be proposing, and there will be potentially furloughs starting as soon as September, but we may have a different agreement with them. Certainly what labor would like is to see the math on the separation plan, to see how successful it was. They hope that will cover the entire cost of the furloughs for the year. If not, they have certainly agreed to work with us to try to cover the difference. We hope we will have a meeting of the minds, but I can't promise that at this point. So before you is a request to delay furloughs for roughly 2 months and to approve the separation plan, which would start advertising and people signing up as soon as next week. And I'm happy to answer any detailed questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. Members, any questions at this time? I am going to suggest that we hold this on the desk until after we hear public comment, but if you'd like to ask questions at this time, that's fine as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin our public comment then. So we'll hold items 2 and 3 on the desk, and we'll come back and see if there's any questions after comment. So let's go ahead and call the first speaker, please. And I'm going to ask that speakers please keep your agenda item comments to 1 minute, and then an additional 1 minute for general public comment as well. So let's go ahead and begin with the first speaker.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, since the posting of today's agenda, there has been 2 additional community impact statements submitted, one by the Mid-City West Neighborhood Council and one by the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, both for item number 1, Council File 20-0600.
All right, very good. And if you could just go ahead and read the call-in information again, and then we'll take the first speaker.
Yes, sir. Members of the public who would like to offer public comment on the items listed on the agenda should call 1-669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 161-829-4030 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. Thank you.
And then as soon as you hear our announcer ask you to state your name and what item you wish to speak on, go ahead and begin speaking. And please remember to turn the volume down on your devices so that we don't get delay and feedback, which causes a lot of confusion and causes you not to be heard. So let's go ahead and take the first speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Eli Henry. I'm a resident of the 13th District, and I'm calling to speak on item 1 and give general public comment.
Go right ahead.
Defund the police. $150 million is not enough, and for starters, it's not even defunding. It's a budget freeze. Characterizing it as anything other than that is disingenuous and insulting. Now, to Councilmember Koretz, last week you said if we defund the police and in a week they were gone, I think the city would look a little bit like the movie The Purge. That is a gross misrepresentation of what we're demanding. When we say defund the police and defund them now, we mean tangibly commit to a plan, commit to action. You can adopt the people's budget. It's all laid out for you. Invoking the purge just shows how little you think of the people of this city. Perhaps, sir, you should look inside yourself and ask why you are so afraid of a world without police. I think you'd find that it's not because they do our society any good, but because they exist to serve and protect people like you and you alone. And for what it's worth, they don't even do a good job of that. The police are like a placebo for white people. They're useless, they're ineffectual, and they're racist bullies. Defund the police, adopt the people's budget, and do it now. Right now. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Cece Sear, and I'm commenting on agenda item 1 and general public comment.
Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm a fourth-generation Angelino. I live on Tongva land in so-called City Terrace in unincorporated LA. I'm a gardener, an herbalist, and an educator. I see how people respond when they get their hands dirty growing their own food and medicine. I know firsthand that there are alternatives to the punitive justice of the LAPD. I'm calling on you, City Council members, to move away from this model of punishment and toward a vision of transformative justice. We must pull up the roots of the LAPD, let them become compost for a new reality for our city, and plant seeds which will nourish, not terrorize, our community. I ask that you defund the LAPD and fund programs directly supporting our communities who are disproportionately abused and incarcerated by the LAPD. The People's Budget LA is supported by tens of thousands of people and provides a model for defunding the LAPD and redistributing wealth and resources to our communities. As a city with a huge police force and a giant police budget, we also have great potential to make transformational and inspirational change here. How many more people must the LAPD kill before we decide to defund the police? How many thousands more people need to call on you, the City Council, our paid representatives, before you defund the police? The time is now. We, the people, are speaking. We're not going anywhere, and we ask that you start listening. Thank you. I've seen my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, my name is Brittany Spindler. I'm calling from CD 14, and I want to speak on agenda item number 1 and give general public comment.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
A measly $150 million budget freeze to the LAPD's massive budget is an embarrassment. The budget has been getting fatter and fatter every year because it's the sacred cow that's grazing on Angelina's back. Black Lives Matter and their allies in the People's City Council and organizations across the city of Los Angeles have all been calling for the police to be defunded since well before the budget was proposed and before the death of George Floyd. Say his name. You need to defund LAPD and reinvest in communities across the city. This work and the research exists. You just haven't been listening. It's already been done for you. The People's Budget LA was shown to you in a glorious and moving presentation by Black Lives Matter, and your palliative, anodyne words, the mask of seeing and hearing Angelinos who are fighting to be heard, doesn't actually disguise that you haven't made any forward movement. Paul Koretz, your comments are also showing that you're a fucking racist and that you think your constituents are animals. Quit your job. Mike Bonin, thank you for being the only council member on this committee who seems to actually be listening to your constituents. I saw you discuss your survey results last night and that you stand with Black Lives Matter, and you have to push for this for your constituents. We are hurtling into the second wave of the coronavirus, which somehow the entire city government seems to have forgotten, and thousands of people are going to be devastated by it. We know that Black people are disproportionately impacted by COVID. Community resources, homeless outreach, mental health support, and job support are all going to be more vital than ever. If you don't invest in us, there aren't even going to be any Angelinos left for the LAPD to brutalize. We demand emergency economic assistance, restorative justice, and community investment now. This anger isn't going anywhere. Follow in Minneapolis' lead and commit to defunding the LAPD, reallocating funds to protect Angelinos, and fundamentally restructuring how we keep our communities safe, or prepare for a very long, hot summer. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Thank you, council members. I'm speaking on item number 1. My name is Zoe Nattel. I am the executive director of SNP LA, the Spay Neuter Project of Los Angeles. And I am calling as a constituent of the city of LA to urge our city leadership to renew your commitment to animal welfare and no-kill by fully funding Spay Neuter at the same level it was funded in the 2019-2020 fiscal year. We support Paul Koretz's suggestion to add $500,000 to the current proposed spay-neuter budget. Please do not cut spay-neuter funding. Over the past 13 years, in partnership with LA Animal Services, SNP LA has spayed and neutered over 200,000 dogs and cats in Los Angeles. When SNP LA opened our doors over a decade ago, nearly half of the pets entering our city shelters were euthanized. Last year, LA nearly achieved a 90% save rate in our shelters, thanks in part to high-volume spay-neuter programs such as SNP LA and the city vouchers, which provide free and low-cost spay-neuter for the public. Over 13,000 individuals have signed our petition in support of maintaining the same level of funding for spay-neuter in LA, and 7 local leaders of LA Animal Welfare have submitted letters of support which are included on the council file. We cannot go back to the days in which we killed tens of thousands of adoptable cats and dogs each year. Spay and neuter is the law, so it must be affordable and accessible to all Angelenos. Thank you for considering the importance of animal welfare in LA on behalf of our four-legged friends and the families that love them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Brady Collins, item 1 in general public comment.
Go right ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm with Kiwa, the Koreatown Immigrant Workers Alliance. In the nearly 3 decades that Kiwa has spent working with low-wage workers and tenants in the city of Los Angeles, we've never seen a crisis like this before. Our office has literally become a revolving door for our neighbors who are worried that they will be evicted or not get their job back. I support the Healthy LA platform and urge you to adopt a city budget that acknowledges the specific needs of low-income communities of color that have been most impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. The pandemic has exposed how dire the situation already was in LA. 57% of renters in the city were already rent burdened. Now thousands of families are at risk of being displaced because of rent debt. Immigrant communities were already being attacked by ICE, and in May alone, over 5,000 people were booked in ICE detention centers. And low-wage workers, especially those who are undocumented or who work in the informal economy, have little support and are vulnerable to exploitation. The amount of money you spend on the LAPD budget should be invested in programs and services that actually address these crises. I urge you to invest in affordable housing and fully fund tenants' rights and eviction defense programs, fully fund day labor and worker centers, the Office of Wage Standards Enforcement, and the City Street Vendor Program, and fully fund the LA Justice Fund to protect undocumented community members. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Rachel Andrews, and I am calling as a constituent to make general public comment on item 1.
Okay, go right ahead, please.
I'm calling because I would like to support the call for Paul Koretz suggesting of adding $500,000 to the current spay-neuter budget. I think that this is a very important thing. I foster kittens, and me alone, last year I took in over 38 kittens to try to find them new homes, and there's so much death happening with these animals, and I think it's really important that we put some money and resources behind that, as we have historically in the past. I think it's a worthy cause. I also really do want to put my support behind defunding the police and behind adopting a people's budget that really prioritizes communities, investing in communities, and alternatives to traditional police forces. And that's it. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is TJ Spar. I live in District 1, and I'm calling to speak on item 1 and give general public comment.
Go right ahead.
While I appreciate those council members who have proposed LAPD budget cuts, they fall far short of what Angelenos are calling for. The past weeks have shown us again that police reforms do not work, as evidenced by numerous murders and injuries caught on video. So as any financially responsible entity like the city, who is in dire need of money now, it sounds like, we must defund the police in order to end its systemic oppression and abuse. I'll say it again, abuse. We demand a people's budget which provides more low-income housing and more services for the unhoused. It also will provide rent suspension and cancellation because I myself am still unemployed due to COVID-19 and I have no means to pay my rent for next month. We need more mental health services, more funding for public schools, and more resources benefiting Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Derek Hines. I live in Studio City, and I'm here for public comment. Frankly, I have a couple of questions to ask. I know you guys don't answer questions, never want to answer questions, but with all of the thousands of people calling in day after day, week after week, we deserve an answer. How many people are going to have to demand for the police to be defunded, to demand for Police Chief Michael Moore to be fired before you listen? None of us want to go as far as launching campaigns against you, trying to vote you out. We want you to do the job we voted you in to do. So do it. There's really no excuse. Now's your last chance. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Christopher Lamb, District 2. I'd like to speak on item 1 in public comment.
Go right ahead.
So I just want to point out that MLK said budgets are moral documents, and right now it is very racist. I want to hear from all of you after this, especially the Pauls. What are you willing to give to this city, and what are you being complicit in? Because there are people out there, my friends, tens of thousands of Angelenos that marched this month that were willing to die for this cause, to defund the police, and to actually have a system to hold violence against people of color accountable, especially black people and indigenous folk. So, are you willing to give it all like they are, or not? Because if not, then you do not deserve to be sitting where you are right now. Minneapolis understood the scale of this of this global movement, so I recommend that you do the same or get crushed underneath our heels. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'd like to speak on item 1 in general public comment.
Okay.
It's alarming that this council is patting itself on the back for reducing LAPD's budget by $150 million. We can do math. This is an inconsequential reduction. We want a significant divestment from LAPD. BLMLA has created a social movement in the city, and you are going to waste it. And to Councilmember Koretz, I live in your district. You seek only to preserve racist and classist hierarchies in this city. You seem to think that a tweet about George Floyd is suffice. You have no interest in racial justice in this city. You fear you and your constituents' wealth will diminish if the police are not there to oppress the poor and marginalized. Divest from LAPD, remove LAPD from nonviolent 911 calls, and have independent investigations of law enforcement. Otherwise, you are all complicit in our city's war on black, brown, and the poor.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Ivan, CD10 resident, item number 1 in general public comment.
Go right ahead.
So this $150 million reduction is, as you've already heard multiple times, not nearly enough. I'd like to remind you that we are on the road to abolition, and you're only delaying the inevitable. You all have really two options here. Stay laying on the tracks or get on the people's train to abolition. We're not stopping. We will not let up. This budget is another step in the cementation and reinforcement of our current police state. And unless this committee recommends the adoption of a people's budget, we're looking at mass evictions and an increasingly ruthless and militaristic police force. This is the final meeting before the budget is implemented, and now would be a good time for you all to start doing your jobs that we pay you so well for and recommend implementing the people's budget. You all have blood on your hands. You're all complicit in upholding white supremacy. Fuck all of you. I yield my time.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi there, my name is Paul. I'm a resident of District 13, and I'd just like to speak on line item 1 and give general public comment. I've been a resident of Silver Lake for some time now, but I'm originally from a suburb of Pasadena. Both of these places, by definition, are considered safe. They're actually considered some of the safest places in Los Angeles County, but neither of them has a large police presence. Instead, what these places have is housing, they have opportunity, and they have services. We know that police don't equal safety. I spent from December through March of this year canvassing for the Bernie Sanders campaign in my district. I knocked on thousands of doors. I asked every single person at those doors what issues were important to them and what things they want and need. Not one person I talked to said more police. Over and over, they told me we want health care, we want good-paying jobs, we want an education, and we want opportunity for us and our kids. They did not ask for police. So I'm just calling in today to say, please listen to Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, listen to the People's City Council Coalition, and really listen to your constituents. Defund the police, invest in housing, education, and care. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Raquel Wallace, and I'd like to speak on item 1. I live in District 1, and also give general public comment.
Go right ahead.
I'm in support of defunding the police and the people's budget. When Chief Moore spoke at the last meeting, he complained about cutting the civilian dispatch positions and the tech budget and what that would do to response time. So let's not cut those positions. Let's cut officer positions. I know this transition will take time, but we have to start funding the programs we will transition to now. To do that, we need the money from those salaries. If we go based on a system of merit as we transition forward to abolition, good apples won't have to worry about losing their jobs. And bad apples that have a questionable records of use of force, no matter how long they've been an officer, should be the first to go, not the new diversity hires that Chief Moore mentioned. Literally the day before the George Floyd video was released, I witnessed 4 officers surrounding one homeless man at Echo Park Lake and putting him in handcuffs. He was causing a disturbance, but 4 officers for one man, it seems like there's a surplus. Also, when a group of people and I started watching the officers, they suddenly decided to let him out of the handcuffs, and he was free to go. They got in their cars and they drove off. So, yeah, there's definitely a surplus of officers. We don't need to cut innocent civilian dispatch. Also, shout out to Mike Bonin. Thank you for asking the hard-hitting questions to the chief. Some of your questions were what I would like to have asked him if I got the time to in person. So thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Go right ahead, speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Go right ahead. You may need to turn your device down if there's a delay.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
All right, wonderful. So my name is Bruno, and I want to speak on item 1 and general public comment.
Go right ahead.
I am urging the LA City Council to defend the police. My name is Bruno. I live in District 13. I have witnessed police operate with impunity, racially profiling, illegally arresting, and attacking, harassing, and murdering Black people and people of color. Since 2012, 600 people have been murdered by the police in Los Angeles. More than 600 people. LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department are the most violent and dangerous police forces in the country. The police have created war zones in our communities. Cutting the police budget by $100 to $150 million is not enough when the budget is over $3.1 billion of our tax dollars. As you hear every week, there are hundreds of people on these calls and thousands of people taking over the streets for the past 3.5 weeks, urging you to listen to us. We want a complete defunding, disarming, and dismantling of the police. Cops do not keep us safe. Cops do not contribute to public safety. They are dangerous, violent, and racist murderers. We want care, not cops. We, the people, care about human life. We value human life. We strongly believe Black Lives Matter. The police create violence, cause terror, and murder people in our communities and in this city. Enough is enough. If you value human life, then you will realize that the police demonstrates a system of racist violence that has killed Black people for centuries. We are not going to stop until the police budget is redistributed and we create a Los Angeles where Black lives will never be killed by the police. Police violence and brutality has been escalating, and you, the LA City Council, must step in and say enough is enough. The people in Los Angeles have been taking the streets every day and night to demand that we defund the police and disarm the police. I strongly encourage you all to...
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Carter Moon. I'm calling to give general public comment and speak on item number 1. I live in Mike Bonnen's district, and I want to thank the council member for doing the bare minimum of at least doing a survey to look at what his constituents want. It's very obvious that we want much less police presence in our community and in the entire city. For the rest of the city council, I really don't know what you want. I don't know what more we can possibly do to make it painfully obvious that we want defunding and divestment from police immediately. We want the dismantling of the LAPD entirely. We are working towards abolition, and every day you are just getting in our way. I will not stand for this any longer. I don't think most of the people I know will either. We will vote you out. We will come to your houses, and we will protest until we get what we want. With that, I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Dylan Kohler. I'm calling to speak on item 1 and to give general public comment.
Go right ahead.
I'm calling to try to get you to see the unique position you're in, to call on you to reject the mayor's police-centered budget as the insult that it is, to adopt the people's budget. Hundreds of thousands of us have been shocked enough by what's happened lately to march in the streets for weeks, risking our own health. And all of us are now outraged to learn how much of our money is wasted on police in our own city. We now pay attention to what happens in these budget meetings, how we've ended up with a system that has killed hundreds in LAPD custody in just the last few years, traumatized so many, that prioritizes tear gas and Humvees over caring for the tens of thousands that we drive past every day sleeping in our streets. So here you can listen to the people by voting to defund the police and for the people's budget and ride the wave of history. Or you can stay with what for a long time has been considered the safe choice, the status quo. That's what Joe Crowley did before the people and AOC defeated him. That's what Phyllis Khan did before the people and Ilhan Omar defeated her. That's what Elliot Engel did before he was beaten by the people and Jamal Bowman. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Jamal Bowman, these are names we know because they didn't follow the money. They followed the people. Nobody's going to remember you if you make the, quote, safe choice. If you roll over to the LAPD, the Police Protective League, and to the mayor who's scared of them himself. You've got an opportunity here. Take the national stage, as the Minneapolis City Council has done, to reimagine what public safety is all about, to dismantle a system that works against its own people unjustly, and to create one that the people have asked for in the form of the people's budget. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker,
Please
please.
state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi,
Go
my
right
name is Alyssa. I'm from District 1, and I'd like to speak as public comment for Agenda Item 1.
Okay.
I'm from the Los Angeles area, and I'm from District 1. I grew up in Highland Park, and I just want to let everyone know that we have to cut the police budget, and we have to defund, as well as the existing proposals made by various city council members, and the mayor failed to align with Angelino's priorities. The city council must defund the police and invest that money into communities and non-LAPD unarmed alternatives to police. We are urging you to pass a people's budget in LA, and as a woman who has been a victim of family, my brother was shot on Division and Avenue 33 in the head, and LAPD has systematically upheld white privilege, and we need to do everything in the power to remove this power and put it back into the people's hands. So you as public officials should do your jobs and defund the police, okay? I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'd like to speak on general public comment and agenda item number 1.
All right, go right ahead.
My name is Peggy Lee Kennedy. I am a registered voter in District 11. The funding of temporary bridge shelters when people could be permanently housed is just stupid. These bridge shelters come with expensive enforcement zones with the LAPD. There is overtime for these enforcement zones built into your budget. Defund the overtime. If you bother to notice the types of people who are homeless in the recent count, you might see the large number of people suffering with mental illness. You can house so many of these people in nonprofit board and care facilities if you defund the police and put your money there. Oh, great. Fund psychiatric teams that are not law enforcement. Yes, I agree with that, but without community-based solutions, it's just more stupid. And it needs to happen fast. 3 a day die in L.A. That's 3 people. We see people every day dead on the streets because your lack of fast action and doing something to save these people's lives, they just end up in jail. You keep putting them in jail or harassing them with the police because of your budget. If you vote for overtime, for enforcement zones of bridge housing, you know what you're doing? You're moving most of the problem to another neighborhood. And that's what happened in Venice. Now the neighbors have armed security threatening homeless people in these neighborhoods. It's out of control because of your lack of real action. And I don't yield anything.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Blair Bogan. I'm with the FSLA. I live in Los Angeles, and I'd like to speak on item 1 and give a general public comment.
Go right ahead.
So clearly police are not protecting people. We need much larger cuts to the LAPD budget. Existing proposals made by various city council members and the mayor fail to align with Angelino's priorities. It's not what we truly want. Please listen to us. City council must defund the police and invest that money into communities and non-LAPD, unarmed alternatives to police. Pass the people's budget instead. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Luke DeLorso, and I would like to speak on item number 1 and give general public comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'm calling upon you, rather I am demanding that you defund the police. As my fellow speakers have mentioned, the people's budget has the support of thousands and thousands of Angelinos. Thousands and thousands of Angelinos that you are supposed to be serving. Do their voices really mean nothing to you? It is quite amazing and astounding how many community members can call in asking to defund the police and that no real change has been made. I just ask, how many more ways do we have to ask? That people have spoken and are asking you to defund the LAPD and the LA Sheriff's Department. So listen to us. Listen to the people who you are supposed to be serving. $150 million of reinvestment isn't close to enough. It is a show of disrespect and, frankly, a ridiculous and egregious offer to the people, and it only intends to further disproportionately impact BIPOC Angelinos and especially Black Angelinos. We need to reimagine public safety and fund Black futures. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
I would like to give general public comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
All All right, so I just wanted to say last week in the Budget and Finance meeting, Baba Keeley brought up that you need to stop just using the language that the LMLA has developed. Just repeating words doesn't translate into actions, and honestly, it sounds like you think that we are going to be pacified and fooled if you use nice words, but I don't see any follow-through. I've been listening to the meetings these past couple of weeks, and I've noticed that you all seem really confused about where you can get money to fund the projects and the motions that you are trying to get through. And we're telling you over and over again on these calls, take it away from LAPD. Defund the police, adopt People's Budget LA. And I just want to say also, your agenda summaries on your website suck, and they're predicated on a lot of assumptions that your constituents have access to internet, the time of day, and the know-how to navigate your schedule. And it's clear from even the way you set this up that you don't give a shit about your constituents participating in this process. So one wonders why you've entered into an occupation that is inherently about listening to constituents. Again, defund the police. This is your chance to do the listening that I mentioned. Defund the police, adopt People's Budget LA.
Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carlos Leon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great. I'm an organizer of Community Coalition. I want to speak on number 1 in general public.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. So, we've been speaking to hundreds and hundreds of Black and Brown residents in South LA that are currently hurting. There's a huge disconnect of City Hall and what's really happening on the ground. Our community that has already, been in a crisis well before this pandemic because of decades of disinvestment and racist policies. I grew up in South Central LA, and the amount of trauma instilled by the police has not made our community any safer. That is not public safety. Poverty and Black bodies need to stop being criminalized. Our community has been constantly asking for rent support. Our community is facing hundreds of evictions right now, evictions where LAPD shows up to kick people out instead of providing housing support. Some are rationing food now. Kids and children and adults are now dealing with physical reactions due to the stress. Family members continue to die due to COVID-19. Defund the police beyond the current few millions of dollars and really understand the state of public health crisis and emergency that people are in. The people in the ground need that money, the safety net, the mental health support, justice, and money from decades ago. Care and not cops. Defund the police. Support the people's budget.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Alex Gracie. I'm a resident of Encino in District 5. I'm commenting on items 1 and general public comment.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Koretz, I must start by saying your comments on George Floyd were deeply disgusting and disturbing, and that I call for your resignation. Additionally, I urge this committee to make deep and substantial cuts to the Los Angeles Police Department budget. Public opinion has swung drastically over the past month, and Angelenos do not want the current amount of money allocated by the proposed budget to fund this militarized authoritarian police force. We want accountability, we want alternatives to incarceration, and we want to defund the LAPD. Concerned citizens all over this county demand that our taxes not contribute to the harmful practices of mass incarceration, but alternatively fund resources that aid our community. Los Angeles is the incarceration capital of the world, and we cannot continue to be. Giving officers the majority of our funding created this problem. The solution is the people's budget, not a war on the impoverished. The committee must hear the concerns brought forward by the people's budget and Black Lives Matter. You must explore care before cops. In solidarity, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, my name is Jeff Hammer from District 13. Speaking on item 1, I'm just going to say that if you think you have budget woes now from COVID, wait until taxes come in for next year. Next year is probably going to have an even smaller budget because of an enormous loss of revenue. All the more reason to defund the LAPD and divert those funds towards helping our community instead of killing and brutalizing us. $133 million, which is what you guys ended up doing, is a joke and a slap in the face to all of us, and clearly says you are more concerned about your pockets than your constituents. I don't know about the other callers on here, but calling into these meetings is pretty much the highlight of my week, and listening to the constituents gives me hope for the future. And I'm sure this at times must feel like the city council scenes in Parks and Recreation, but if you want to get rid of us, just get with the times, follow Mike Bonin's lead, fire Paul Koretz out of a cannon into the sun, and divert the LAPD budget to places that actually help people instead of murdering them. Shout out to Mike Bonin. Nithya Rahman is coming for David Ryu in November, and we will come for Paul Koretz in 2022. I was glad to see Huizar arrested and can't wait until he reveals how many other city council members are also complicit in essentially payola schemes. Regardless, what you guys perpetuate is basically legal payola. I sure hope Koretz gets what's coming to him. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Alia Khan. I'd like to speak on item number 1 for general public comment. So I'm with the Feminist Front LA, and I live in Los Angeles. We need much larger cuts to the LAPD budget. Existing proposals made by various city council members and the mayor fail to align with the Angelenos' priorities. City council must defund the police and invest that money into communities and non-LAPD unarmed alternatives to police. Police violence has been a pandemic in this nation, in Los Angeles, and has disproportionately targeted the Black community. In the background of a global pandemic of COVID-19 that is killing Black people at 2 to 3 times the rate as white people, it is an absolute disservice and slap in the face to your constituents, to us, to avoid funding necessary health resources and community support, and instead continuing to provide unnecessary funds that promote LAPD's violence against Black communities, Indigenous communities, and other communities of color. LAPD is not trained to deal with mental health crises. They are not trained to be mediators. They are not trained to support COVID relief. They are not trained to be advocates for survivors, for domestic violence prevention, or harm reduction. Reinvest in the people, organizations, and communities who have dedicated decades and a lifetime to this work. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Darian. I'd like to speak on item 1 and give public comments.
All right, go right ahead.
All right, so I have not yet heard one single person call in favor of the current budget. I've heard plenty of people calling in asking that we take more from the LAPD because that's what needs to be done. So why has not one person called in favor of the current budget? What does that tell you? It tells me that the people who do not support defunding the police do not have their lives endangered. They don't feel the pressure to call in because their livelihoods are not at stake. People who are calling in for a true defunding of police have their lives at stake. So who are you working for, council members? Because you should be first and foremost working for the most marginalized in your community. You should be working to save lives and then move your way up from there. So listen to your constituents who are calling in for their lives. Defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Go right ahead, speaker. Go right ahead, please. All right, next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Diana. I'm a resident of Westlake. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
I live in District 1, and I want to talk about number 1 in general public comment. I just want to say that it's really unfortunate that you guys are complicit in this repeated historical amount of brutality and murder against marginalized communities, and you need to listen to the people and defund the police and allocate those resources to community-funded services. And there's been so much documentation of police brutality. There's been so much documentation of police trying to intimidate council members, such as Monica Rodriguez. Mr. Checkpoint recorded a conversation of a police officer trying to dissuade him from making a complaint about other police officers. They are complicit. They are covering for each other. It is a gang. They target people. They murder people. The blood is on your hands unless you do something. So please, please defund the police. Listen to the people's budget. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello?
Speaker.
Yes. Hey, I'm Daniel. I want just general public comment.
Go right ahead.
I currently have no representation on the council because my council member was arrested by the FBI. Despite that, he has yet to resign, so he is still collecting a paycheck. The Huizar situation now appears to be the perfect encapsulation of this council in its current incarnation. Getting paid to do absolutely nothing for constituents while being corrupt and still getting paid for it. I hope everyone on the council can begin to understand why those of us who live and pay taxes in Los Angeles have close to zero confidence in the ability of this particular collective of members to do anything substantive that will actually improve the lives of those who are most in need of some improvements. As such, the people will summarily be voting out anyone who does not agree to adopt the people's budget and defund the police. And if you're scared of retribution from the police chief, the officers, or their union, that should be your first clue that the people are absolutely right about them. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Ian. I'd like to speak on item 1 and make a general public comment. Okay, thanks. You got to do your jobs. You got to listen to the people. There are overwhelming cries for change that are being made around the world in this moment, and this movement is happening with or without you. Which side of history would you like to be on? I need you to support people's budget. That is not fundamentally racist by funding community resources like public education, mental health resources, homelessness assistance, and I want you to think of it this way. Think of the people that need this the most as someone that could be you or your brother, sister, cousin, a family friend. How would you be able to make their lives better? We're on the precipice of a dangerous eviction crisis, and your inaction about this and the bloated police budget will exacerbate this tragedy and overly affect marginalized communities. So again, do your fucking job. $150 million is a joke. Mitch, stop posting shitty pictures of your cleanup or whatever. We need you to do better. We're all watching. Please give your support to a budget for the well-being of the citizens that you took an oath to serve. And if you forget to include us, we will forget you come election time. I use my time. Fuck you guys.
Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Rosie Glenn Lambert. I'd like to speak on item 1 in general comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like you guys are all sort of just taking deep breaths and waiting for this to be over. I felt like that at every meeting that I've listened to and attended. It just kind of feels like you're waiting for us to stop yelling at you. And who knows if you're even listening to this or if you've muted everyone who's talking to you. But it's so important that you defund the police, and for every reason that every person has expressed already. And before I go, because I want to leave time for everyone to speak, I just want to quickly remind everyone, Paul Koretz has termed out of City Council, but has announced his candidacy for City Controller, for which we all get to vote. So don't forget about this moment right now. Don't forget about his complete failure to support the people in his district and in Los Angeles in general. So Paul Koretz is running for City Controller, and you can decide to vote against him, and I really hope that there's a strong candidate who runs against him. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Danielle Kolker. I'd like to speak on item 1 and make public comment.
Go right ahead.
I demand that you divest from police and invest in communities. There is more than enough money to house the unhoused and care for those who are sick in the city. It is embarrassing that anybody is pretending that they still believe the violent and racist police exist to protect us. We all know you are only protecting white-owned private property by continuing police funding, and we are not going to let it continue. $150 million is hardly a dent, and you are not fooling anybody. Adopt the people's budget right now. We do not feel safe. You are making it blatantly clear that you do not care at all about Black lives by ignoring all of these comments. The work was done for you by BLMLA. Please either do your jobs or quit. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Erin. I'm from District 11. I'm calling to speak on item 1 and give general public comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
All right, I'm a new Angelino, but I plan on staying here and voting here for a long time. First, I want to say thank you, Mike Bonin, for engaging with your constituents. Please be brave and show us that your efforts are tangible and not just words. I want to express my rejection of the mayor's budget and my support for the people's budget for care, not cops. We have to defund the lying, terrorist, racist LAPD. The last few weeks alone, not to mention the entire atrocious history of the department, prove that LAPD's presence only harms Angelinos. We all watched and are watching LAPD officers brutalize peaceful protesters every single day and night, as well as the human rights violations they commit every day and night. We also know that the LAPD's treatment of our unhoused neighbors is unacceptable. We desperately need to defund the LAPD and allocate the money to our most vulnerable populations, the unhoused, the housing and food insecure, and those facing hardships due to COVID-19. Further, listen to your school students and the LA Students Deserve initiative. Their message is clear and unified. Remove LAPD presence from all Los Angeles Unified School District schools and reallocate that money to areas that actually help our students, such as infrastructure, wraparound services, and teacher pay and benefits. It's unacceptable for you to ignore the students. Finally, Michael Moore has got to go. You know it, we know it, and we will keep reminding you until it happens. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Eden. I'm in District 5, and I'd like to speak on item 1 and give general public comment.
Okay,
I'm calling, thank you. I'm calling on City Council to make much larger cuts to the LAPD budget than the 100 to 150 million proposed by Mayor Garcetti. When we say defund the police, we mean divest from the LAPD. This entails a reimagining of public safety, not an abandonment of the concept entirely. Before slavery was abolished, many Americans could not conceive of a world without it. If you're feeling this way about policing, I invite you to start thinking more creatively, to educate yourself about how we can put systems of care and support in place of those predicated on violence. Angelinos are demanding that you implement the people's budget. Listen to the leaders of Black Lives Matter and defund the murderous LAPD. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Go right ahead, speaker. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Please turn your device down and go right ahead.
Great. Like I said, my name is Steph Hirsch. I'm a resident of CD5. I live in Corrections District, and I'm calling to echo all these other commenters today to ask the council to adopt the people's budget. 100 and 150 million is not nearly enough cuts to LAPD. I don't know what is more laughable, the idea that this council, with a member who has been arrested for a payola scheme, is capable of taking the action we need, well, instead of doing what is within their power and cutting the budget of a racist police force, they contemplate budgets or proposals like light shows on city council and expressing concern over the murder of of George Floyd by MPD members, while Paul Corrett describes vandalism by protesters as the equivalent of murder. And then in his June 22nd newsletter, says that the LAPD is at the forefront of adopting measures of transparency like body cameras. But I remind you that Derek Chauvin and the 4 other officers didn't flinch while they were being taped as they crushed the life out of George Floyd's body. Do what is necessary. This is your last chance to amend this budget before it goes into action. But if you do not make this change, then the people will change, the people who make the decisions, and that's you, Paul Koretz, and every other person on this body. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Devika. I'm calling about Agenda Item 1 and to give general public comment.
Go right ahead, please.
You're wasting time. You are wasting money. And yes, you are wasting lives. If calling out to your empathy and the lives of people who will be slain by LAPD doesn't resonate with you, think about this as an opportunity to cut your losses. What a colossal waste of time all of this will have been if you do not act now to defund the police and to adopt the People's Budget LA. People are spelling it out for you. They're writing it up for you. They're doing labor to make it easy for you. BLMLA's presentation was comprehensive. The people are asking for it. And the police system doesn't need reform. There are no bad apples. The whole system is corrupt. This is your time to save lives, to save money, to save time. When you go to work in the morning and you think about who your constituents are, what color is their skin? There are constituents right now who are alive today who will be killed at the hands of our police. Let that sink in. Do the right thing. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Go right ahead, speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Sadie Uribe, and I'd like to speak on item number 1 and general public comment.
Go right ahead.
I'm just calling because I have been a Los Angeles resident my whole entire life, and I've always believed in the system, being a good little player, and just being active and aware of what's happening. But honestly, I am just disappointed. I mean that from the sincerity. I have lost hope. I have lost faith. I have lost faith in everything that you guys do for us, the way the police treat us. I have never had a gun pointed at my face. I've never had a baton swung at me. I've never had to deal with military tanks. All this because I wanted to walk down a street. And when you really look at a budget, it tells you what you value. We don't value education. We don't value our community. We don't value, what do we value? We value military, and we value attacking our citizens. And this is not what this country is about, especially not Los Angeles with such a multitude, a variety of citizens and individuals here. And and I keep repeating it. Are you guys just doing the eye gloss, or you're oh God, just another day, another public commentary? But no, this is, everyone is aware, and we're realizing that, you know what? The cops lie to us. The cops kill us. And speaking as a brown person, as an ally to Black people, we are not going to allow us to be killed anymore, and we're not going to believe the police. We're not going to believe the lies anymore, and we hope that you don't perpetuate this lie as well. We don't need military police. What we need is community engagement. What we need to is help our community. If we help our community, we don't need military police. So please look at the budget and think of how we can reallocate sources. How can we better our community so it is thriving and loving, and we are working from a common place versus attacking and killing ourselves with our money? You're literally killing us with our money. I just hope that makes an impact from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Molly. I'm from District 5. I want to speak on item 1 in general comment, please.
Go right ahead.
Yes, we're demanding, everyone on this call is demanding bigger, more formative cuts to the LAPD budget. We want to see that money reallocated. We want to see that money put into alternatives to police. Everyone is saying it, and we're not going anywhere. There are those who've been in this fight for a long time, and there are some of us who are joining, and no one is going anywhere. No one is going to get distracted about this, and I urge you to listen to us. The status quo is not an acceptable thing to go back to. There is no going back. I live in Paul Koretz's district. I was energized to vote him out, but I just learned that he will not be running again, but he will be running for an office that we can all vote him out of. So I want to thank Paul Koretz for making me more involved in my community, because I am doing everything I can to make sure that he's not serving public office anymore. Defund the police, listen to us, we're not going anywhere. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Item 1 in general public comment, please.
Go right ahead.
First of all, my name is T, and I'd like to acknowledge the fact we're on indigenous land. Second of all, the $150 million is like a slap in the face and a disrespect to your people. Isn't that the same $150 million that Nuri Martinez, the president of the council, gave an increase on? So you guys give a $150 million increase and then you take it back and act like that's defunding the police? When you have a housing and health crisis right now, and the police are murdering our people every day out here. We have 600 people in the last 7 years that died at the hands of law enforcement. In fact, 18-year-old Andreas Guadardo was shot by LA Sheriff's Department just 10 days ago, right? So you guys are acting like you're basically complicit with police murder, and you're doing nothing, and you're acting like you're taking steps forward to make a change. This is a rotten old system from its inception. We need real change. We need housing. We need health care. We need education and youth programs. You're misappropriating our tax dollars continually, right? So you absolutely need to defund and abolish the police. And you need to reinvest in black and brown communities that are underserved and marginalized. We're tired of this, and we're not going to stop until we get real change. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the items you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Zach. I'd like to speak on item 1 in public comment.
Very good. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'd like to ask you guys a question of why you got into public service. Was it to do the bare minimum, to get nothing accomplished, to not listen to your constituents, and to effectively do nothing with your time? If so, you're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Otherwise, your friends and family members will look on you as losers and cowards who had all this power in such a pivotal moment of our history as Los Angeles, and you chose to do nothing. Defund the police, get them out of our city, work towards abolishment. I yield my time, eat my ass.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Jared Tolbert. I would like to speak on item number 1.
Go right ahead.
So I would like to continue to echo what many of your constituents have said and urge you all to please defund the police. I do believe that there are no good people in the world, only people who make good and bad decisions. Now is an opportunity for you all to make a good decision. It won't make you a better person necessarily, but it will show that you're actually trying to do your job and represent your constituents. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Phoebe Neidhart, and I'm calling about item 1 in general public comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'm just calling to, amplify this demand to defund the police. Obviously, the people have spoken, and 150 million to 200 isn't going to do it. We need you to make much bigger cuts to LAPD so that we can actually return money to the communities that deserve them and work towards alternatives to policing. I'm out of breath from walking up the stairs, but I'll never be out of breath for telling you you need to cut the LAPD budget. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Katie, and I want to speak on item 1 and give public comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you for hearing our public comment. I don't know if I can actually thank you for listening to public comment. We need much larger cuts to LAPD. By suggesting 150 million cuts or less, or worse, suggesting we give more money to police so that they can continue enacting useless reforms, you're insulting Angelenos who have been working tirelessly to get the message through to you. You want education, housing, and community support. We've tried giving the police more money. It doesn't work. You're smashing your heads into a brick wall, hoping something will change, but it never does, and it won't until you take meaningful steps to divest from police and reinvest into community. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Zach. I'm calling from District 13, and I'd like to comment on 1 and general comment, please.
Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. So everyone calling in, we're all saying it's $150 million that you first gave to LAPD and then took back is completely insulting. You guys we're right now spending 54% of our city budget on the police, billions of dollars that we're giving them while we're cutting the city services. And we all know things are going to get worse next year when tax season comes in and most of us don't have any revenue to put in. So we can solve a lot of problems if we just get the LAPD down to 2% of the city's budget. It's a fair compromise. We'd be able to fund plenty of city services and be able to be more safe. Right now, we're spending $3.152 billion on the LAPD. Housing all of the homeless in the city would only cost us $640 million, and we would still have more money that we could be spending. You guys could be solving the homelessness crisis. You could be solving the affordable housing crisis. You could make sure that businesses and individuals get through the COVID crisis, avoid eviction, bankruptcy. You can make sure hospitals are equipped for the incoming overload to the ICUs. You could be making sure that we have civil services and infrastructure projects being paid for that's going to be helping economics in the whole city. You could be doing all of this and decreasing police violence, plus whatever we pay in lawsuits and wrongful deaths. You could be saving us all money. You could do this. This could be your legacy. Or you could follow the legacy of the guy who just got arrested by the FBI. Like, this is easy. Listen to Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. Listen to the People's City Council. Adopt the people's budget. Get the LAPD down to 2% of the budget. Do this. It's the right thing. You all know it. Also, courts, you better drop out of that race. We're watching you, Capo. Don't be running for that seat. None of us want you there. Don't run. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, my name is Angela, and I'm calling on behalf of Venice Community Housing, which provides housing and services for low-income and unhoused residents of CD 11 and 5 in West LA. I'm calling in support of Healthy LA platform and urge you to adopt a city budget that meets the needs of all the constituents and acknowledges the specific needs of low-income people of color who have been most impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. 57% of renters in the city of LA were already rent burdened before the pandemic, and now thousands of families are at risk of being displaced because of rent debt. The amount of money you spend on the LAPD is robbing us from the programs and services we actually need. So we urge you to invest in affordable housing and fully fund tenants' rights and eviction defense programs. protecting workers and their wages, and fully fund day laborer centers, the street vendor program, and community organizations who support these workers, and fully fund the LA Justice Fund to protect undocumented community members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Sean Stoner, and I'd like to speak on item number 1 and a general public comment.
Go right ahead.
As you've been hearing, we're all calling for defunding the police and supporting a people's budget. And I think for me, the people's budget is one of the most beautiful recommendations of community effort that I've ever seen come out of anything. And I would have loved that to have come from the officials who represent us or are supposed to represent us, but it didn't. It came from the citizens of Los Angeles, and that's amazing. And wouldn't it be amazing if we all supported that budget? And so, yeah, I just want to echo what everyone else has been saying. And the police aren't protecting us; they're hurting us. I was in some of the protests, and they were all incredibly peaceful until the police showed up, and then chaos ensued. And I have to wonder about that. Like, what is happening? Why, when they show up, do things always go south? They always go south. I am standing behind everyone who's been doing so much incredible work before me, and I'm here to support. And thank you to everyone who has called in and who has expressed their opinions on this. We're here, and we're in this fight for the long haul, so please do what's right. It's time to do it. The time is now. This is the moment to fund the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yep. Rob Kwan, I'd like to speak on general public comment and item 1.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. I think it's amazing that we went from a proposed budget that became irrelevant a month after it was proposed to a budget that's now irrelevant before your proposed adjustments even go into effect. And I have to say, I told you so. I told you that reopening was being driven by budgetary and revenue needs, not health needs. That you were unwilling to make real cuts to LAPD, which would enable us to handle COVID response. I told you, if you think our budget's fucked now, wait until you see how fucked it is when we get a second wave after never getting through the first one. Now the alarm bell's going off, COVID's exploding, and you've all got your pants down with nothing left in the reserve fund to do anything about it. This much is clear. You must continue to make cuts from LAPD. The biggest takeaway from your report on those cuts is that we can trim a whole hell of a lot more and avoid the kind of painful cuts you've inflicted elsewhere in our budget. The report shows that you can easily go beyond $150 million in cuts, and it's irresponsible to continue cutting other departments. These cuts you're pushing may not even be all that real, given so much of it's banked on overtime, when LAPD is notorious for blowing through budgeted overtime like clockwork. You have no choice but to continue cutting from LAPD, so I hope you'll interrupt your vacation that's scheduled for this month in July and have another budget meeting in 2 weeks so you can actually figure out what the landscape is then. You got a whole lot more work to do. Yield my time. Talk to you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Luke, and I want to speak on item number 1 as well as general comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'm just calling to echo the calls of many of the callers here towards defund the police and adopt the people's budget. I think it's ridiculous that we have a military-style police force, yet large swaths of this city continue to be affected by homelessness and mental health issues. We don't need a military-style police force that is inflicting violence and regularly killing people of color. We need to invest in healthcare affordable housing. We need to invest in things that actually impact the community in a positive way. So anyways, I'm echoing all the people here that are making that call. Please defund the police, adopt the people's budget. You can become leaders in this movement. You can do your job. Listen to your constituents. Adopt the people's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, my name is Hannah. I would like to speak on item 1 and give a general public comment. I'm with the FF, short for the Feminist Front, and I live in District 4. As everyone, except for that spay, neuter, snip lady, way to read the room, by the way, has said before me, we need much larger cuts to the LAPD budget. Existing proposals made by various city council members and the mayor fail to align with Angelino's priorities. The city council must divest from the police, invest that money into our communities, into health services, and into non-LAPD unarmed alternatives. We are urging you to adopt the people's budget. We are urging you to invest in our communities, to listen to Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, and we are urging you to stop upholding racist, classist values. Upholding these values and protecting a racist chief police makes you a racist as well. I urge you to do your job instead of fleeing to your second property when your constituents show up to your door in protest of your incompetence. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi,
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Brandon. I'm calling to comment on item 1 and to give general public comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
I live in District 5. I would like to say I am ashamed of Paul Koretz, who has fallen very short of the moment that we are currently in. His comments and his actions have been despicable. I don't know if I've ever felt worse about a representative in government. I've tried doing this every way I can with him. I've emailed his office. I've called his office. I've showed up at his house. He does not seem to be listening, and all I get are blanket responses back about things that are really important. I'm demanding that he support and the entire city council support defunding the police and the people's budget. Los Angeles, I think it's ridiculous for him to call the cuts to LAPD arbitrary. That's just a slap in the face to all the people on the ground, like Black Lives Matter, and the people who've done the work on the people's budget. Those are not arbitrary cuts. They are very well defined, and that money could be much better used elsewhere. I just think he's been willfully dishonest, and it seems based on this call and his comments that he prefers the lives of animals and the welfare of buildings more than the lives of largely Black and brown people. Living in District 5, I'm very fortunate to live in a safe neighborhood, and I rarely, if ever, see the police. They are not in safe neighborhoods because resources are what's in safe neighborhoods. I tend to defer to those that have had a lot of interactions with police, like the people in Black Lives Matter, and they tell me that they don't need more police. And I don't know what it will take to get you people to understand or listen to everyone on this call. It is ridiculous. This is not how democracy works. Everyone is telling you the same thing, and yet nobody is listening. $150 million or $133 million, which is what you agreed to, is nothing in terms of a budget cut. You can do way more. This is a big moment. We have a chance for real change, but you guys are standing in the way. All right. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Isabel Nietzscheman. I'm from CD12, and I'd like to speak on item number 1 in general public comment.
Go right ahead, please.
Okay. To echo the former callers and to echo Dr. Melina Abdullah, I would implore you to please take a minute to reflect on why you stopped the position that you're in right now. If it's for serving and bettering the lives of your constituents, then a crucial step for that could not be more clear. If you make the choice to not defund the police, to not adopt the people's budget, and to not invest money in Black and brown communities, that shows a different motive and not just a lack of regard for the voices of the constituents that you should be representing the interests of, but a complete indifference for their literal lives. The city, the state, and the country are watching, and I urge you to take hold of your chance to be on the right side of history, on the side of the people, or we'll be sure to make sure this is the last term that you serve in any elected office. Please defund the police and adopt the people's budget. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
This is Andrew Peter at District 13 calling to make general public comment on item 1. I'm demanding you make much larger cuts to the LAPD budget and adopt the people's budget. Cutting $150 million is not enough. It's all laid out for you in the people's budget. Listen to your constituents and do your jobs. Your existing proposals are failing the people of Los Angeles and continue the same systemic racism, brutalizing and killing countless innocent people. Defund and abolish the police and invest that money into communities. And Paul, we aren't going to forget about this when you run for city controller in 2022. We need care, not cops now. Here's your chance to be on the right side of history, cowards. I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to take 10 more minutes of public comment, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for the reports on items 2 and 3. So let's go to the next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, this is Sam. I'm speaking on item number 1. And look, this is fucked up. This is an ongoing struggle where the people's voices are loud and clear. And we're in a situation where there are billions of dollars available to help people in need. Those are people who need housing. Those are the homeless. Those are the people mental health. Those people who can use the money to have upward mobility that is not there. And all of it is locked inside of a toxic, racist police system. You understand? So what you have the ability to do right now is unlock those funds and divest them to places that need help towards a better future, where people are not paying somebody tax dollars to arm them, to give them handguns, to give them cannons, to give them license and unaccountability to murder them in the street. You understand? So you got to be on the right side of history here. This is a movement that's not going to stop. You have the power in your hands. The people are behind you. You just got to do the right thing here. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle. My pronouns are she or her, and I'm going to speak on item 1 and make general public comment. I'm speaking in support of the people's budget and defunding the police. I'm a resident of District 13, a frequent and registered voter, as well as an elementary school teacher. Today I'm going to talk to you about place values. In every 2-digit number, there is a number in the ones place and a number in the tens place. The number in the tens place represents a number that's 10 times that number, and it's always bigger than the number in the ones place. So let's look at the number 54, for example, the percentage of the budget that goes to the LAPD. The number in the ones place is the 4. The number in the tens place is the 5, and it represents the number 50. The recent proposed cuts to the LAPD budget are insufficient. It makes cuts only to the ones place. The number in the ones place is not the problem. We are not worried about the 4%. We are worried about the number in the tens place, the 50 part of 54%. You, council members, need to make cuts to the tens place. Not soon, not after review, but now. 50% of the budget should not go to the police, who make significantly more than credentialed teachers, yet have significantly less training and education. As an elementary school teacher, my job is to teach children. However, students cannot learn math, let alone place values, if they are traumatized. In this time of COVID, spending money on a racist, militarized patrol whose main goal is to terrorize Black and brown people while simultaneously gutting the social services that children need is unconscionable. With my remaining time, I'm going to repeat my main teaching point. Defund the police, 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 defund the motherfucking police.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm Glenn from CD4, speaking on item 1 and making general public comment.
Go right ahead.
Great, thanks. From listening to this meeting, it seems like you guys need money, and I know a great place to get it. $100 million, $150 million, it's like 10 cops. You got to do better. Someday, whether you like it or not, the system of policing as we know it will be dismantled. So, do it now. Return the thousands of dollars you've all taken from the police and cut the gratuitous budget for the LAPD, and just invest that money into social services in the community. Because if you don't, come next election cycle for you, a younger, more passionate person will take your job and they'll do it. So instead, just do it now. Join the cool kids. Defund the police. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Oh, is this for you?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Oh, my name is Danny. I am calling to speak on item 1 for general public comment.
Go right ahead.
So I'm joining the voices of everyone else that has chimed in to say defund the police. We know this is your last meeting to go over the budget and that it will go into effect on July 1st. So I'm just wondering, what is it that you're waiting for? Are you going to just prove that going about democracy civilly is not the way to get things done, and we're going to have to continue protesting? Because if this budget isn't taken into consideration to defund the police, then what other choices are you leaving your constituents? So I just want to echo Black Lives Matter, and you have all the information that you need. Please just do your jobs. That's what we're paying you to do. And with a housing crisis and eviction rates about to skyrocket, it's more important now than ever to defund the police and put it into housing and pandemic crisis control and so many other ways to take care of your constituents and our people, besides paying to continue to criminalize homelessness, which is just going to skyrocket. So please, please, please defund the police. I yield my time, and I'll be protesting in the streets until you do that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Cesar H. on CD1. I'd like to speak on item 1 and provide public comment.
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. One, I'd like for the City Council Commission to defund the police, adopt the People's Plan. The People's Plan is it's very thorough. It's laid out, as people have been mentioning. I'm really excited about what's going on right now because I've kept my eyes on the Budget and Finance Committee, the Transportation Committee, all the different committees that exist. And generally speaking, the money is where all the fucking shit goes. And knowing that there's more eyes on this now, I'm really, really glad because now people get to see where the money's going. So please defund the police and adopt the People's Plan. Period. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Will Byer. I'd like to speak on agenda item 1.
Go right ahead.
We've heard a lot of people already on this. I'm here calling to defund the police and people's budget, and I'm calling to ask for not lip service, but a hard commitment, no ongoing conversation. If you admit that this is something that is a direction that you will be going, well, here's the opportunity. We are asking for your help on the council and the Budget Finance Committee specifically, because the budget is where this power sits. It's the only way we can break the iron grip of this, frankly, mafia racketeering syndicate. I mean, we see the Protective League, the LAPPL, threaten you guys also. They threaten us when we try to go outside and protest. They threaten. It feels like a mafia, and the money is where we have to cut off. Police are not substitutes for doing the actual work of governing, and in fact, they're leeching and vampiring any ability for us to have a functioning city. We're asking you to listen to us and then to use our voices and our backup and support to take these actions. We're granting you the ability to do that, to break the grip of this vampiric relationship, this parasitic relationship with LAPD on this city, and look to community orgs, social housing, LAHSA caseworkers. I mean, there's so much we need to look at. Refunding the climate emergency mobilization departments. These crises will continue, and we can't address any of them while we're trapped in the grip of LAPD. Thank you. Fund the people's budget. Defund LAPD.
All right, let's go ahead and take one more speaker, please, and then we'll take a brief recess before we come back to the reports. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Allison Biggs. I'm calling from Council District 14 to speak on item 1 and general public comment.
Go right ahead.
$133 million to the LAPD budget are insufficient to address the magnitude of systemic racism within the LAPD. This council must address the sustained demands of tens of thousands in the streets, on the phone, and in your Twitter feeds. Defunding the police has never been more urgent, as Black and other communities of color are bearing the burden of this pandemic on multiple fronts. Money must be reinvested in services as the people's budget outlines, particularly in housing and health care, so the city can begin to effectively respond to community needs. If meeting this historic moment is not motivation enough for you, we are your political cover for transformative action to defund the police and reimagine public security. Do not squander it.
All right, thank you very much. That will close public comment for today's meeting. We're going to go ahead and take a brief recess, and we'll resume just in about 5 minutes and resume our meeting. So let's start by calling the roll again, please.
Krikorian.
Here.
Price.
Here.
Koretz. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin present.
4 members present and a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Very good.
Present.
And Mr. Kretz as well. 5 members present. Thank you very much.
And now gone once again.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Kretz. All right, let's go ahead and now that public comment is complete, let's take up items number 2 and 3 for further discussion, questions of members. Mr. Blumenfield, did you have this?
Yes, I had a few questions on these items.
Go right ahead.
Can you hear me? I'm getting an echo, but okay.
Yes,
okay. I guess my first question is broad-based.
Anyone who is not Mr. Blumenfield or Mr. Llewellyn, please mute microphones. And in fact, Mr. Llewellyn, please mute yours until Mr. Blumenfield is. Go right ahead, Bob.
Okay. Much better. The first question, I had a couple of different questions, but the first one is more overall, which is how did we get to these numbers? How did we get to the 2%, $7,500? You know, what is that based on? Is it? I assume there's some mathematical link to the the 1,300, that's, turning point as to whether or not this program pencils out. But, why is it 2%? Why not 1%? Why not 3%? I went through the reports, but I didn't see the math on this in terms of how it works out.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. LAWA has already done a separation program. LAWA offered that number to labor, which is based on 2% a year plus 7,500 with a cap. And when labor came to us suggesting that the city side look at a similar program, they felt very strongly their members would not look favorably or participate in one that offered a lower number. We certainly didn't want to offer more. We did talk to them about offering less, and they felt the take rate would be very low. Because there's one going on at LAWA, literally that just finished 2 weeks ago, with that number.
Okay. If we didn't have this program, how many employees do you think would retire? Our estimate, and how do we factor that into the equation?
Thank you, sir. Our estimate is about, again, we're only talking about the furloughed employees, so not all employees. Our estimate is about 350 a year based on recent history, and therefore that is factored into the math both in year one and year two. So we took that number out. You had to come in that much over the 350 to make it mathematically make sense.
So the real number for mathematically making sense is 950, because the total number is 1,300.
Right. You had to come about almost 1,000 over the regular retirement. That's right.
Okay. And then I see the savings projected in 2021, but what are the projected payouts in 21, 22? I'm just obviously worried about the balloon payment that we could see.
So, sir, and the ERC was very firm in structuring the deal. It had to make sense in year one and year two and make sense overall. So while there's a balloon payment in year two, everybody's gone for the entire year. The program only assumes the 10% higher back. And so it, depending on how you call it, it has savings in both years. It has considerable savings in year two as well.
And does the analysis for the salary savings from these retirements, part of it turns on how fast we can get the employees off the payroll, right?
Yes, sir.
And lacers and HR staff, they're prepared to do that. I mean, how much of the workload increase will that be in the next 6 months, and is that costing us additional money to make that happen?
It's a strong workload increase. We work closely with lacers and particularly the general manager, Neil Guglielmo, and his staff. They've been very supportive and helpful. They will set up a surge staff to do this, but our original goal when we first started talking about this was if we could get people out within a couple of months. We've extended that for 3 or 4 months, knowing that it's just going to take time to get people out the door.
And as part of that, I mean, as soon as practical, does part of that mean after they wrap up the projects they've been working, or after they've trained the subordinates to do the work, or how does that work?
So I think there is some flexibility in that, sir. We'll try to work with general managers on sort of placement and timing, but certainly as a fiscal matter, the sooner people leave, the more money is saved. And it will create sort of some dislocation for sure in running operations around here, but so does furloughs.
Yeah, no, and that's obviously, generally speaking, I'd much rather have people voluntarily separated than separated with furloughs. And that's obviously why we're all looking at this, because that's a much better way to do it. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be concerned with how we function with this kind of a process. And just to understand the finances a little bit more, am I correct? Under the separation, employees can stay on the payroll and take all of their accumulated banked overtime, sick leave, et cetera, instead of cashing out. And part of the question is, how much does the average retiree have? So if they take the terminal leave, how much longer will people stay on the payroll where we're paying health care and other benefits? What assumptions have been made about these costs, and what were they based on?
So again, the ERC insisted that we be sort of conservative, and so we have an average payout to an employee who leaves. It's based on average salaries and average payouts, their accumulated sick, their accumulated vacation, and that is all included in the sort of savings calculation. We're assuming we're paying all that out in year one when they leave, plus $10,000 of the extra payout. And the second, as you point out, the balloon payment will happen the second year, but the employees will already be gone. So we'll be earning the entire salary, healthcare savings, and we'll have no more separation payments, but the balloon payment.
Balloon payment, and then the other thing you talked about is that there is going to have to be some backfilling. Managers and supervisors retire. We're going to expect the junior employees to take on those additional duties. I assume that they're also going to want, when they take on those duties, they're going to want a promotion or an increase in pay. And I assume that this agreement is not holding those people back to the lower salaries. And or did labor make some sort of agreement with that, or how is that going to work in terms of the needed backfills and the raises that are just going to happen? With
Councilmember, we, as a general matter, our sort of statistical model, our fiscal model, is we assume that you will be authorizing some backfill starting as soon as year two. And these people aren't even leaving, until January of this year. So it wouldn't be a very long gap. But we do believe, to the extent that general managers and operations requires some specific backfilling, I would encourage you, to the extent that it's doable, to encourage that department to come up with additional sort of equal savings. If they want to move a director, a chief level to an AGM level, we think we should look for savings to try to offset that. We assume the new person will want to get paid the higher salary. Not every department will be able to do that, depending on their own exact retirement package, which we don't know what it's going to be yet. We don't know who's going to take them. So one thing I think we will be working with you, your committee, council, and mayor on is sort of once this actually happens, that some adjusting need to take place.
Is there an assumption in terms of, are we assuming half the positions have to be backfilled, a quarter, or what's the percentage assumption?
Well, when Mr. Schoonover came to talk to your committee, he pointed out that that's 100% up to council. The savings rate is based on a 10% increase of these same positions in year two, in 21-22. If you go higher than that, we will save less. We would encourage you to try not to backfill them this year. As I mentioned, they go out as late as January already.
Yeah, I think that's going to be. I know it's up to council, but it's the functioning of the city. I'll just tell you where I worry about that assumption about the backfill being only 10%. Frankly, I don't think is realistic. When you can't have that many managers leave and not have somebody take over those responsibilities, is there at what point, assuming let's say it's 25%, does that throw out the financial model here, or how do we track that to make sure that there's going to be enormous pressure to backfill positions of managers in departments, that pressure from everybody, from our labor partners, from the city family, from everybody. There's work to do. How does that get tracked, and is there a percentage when we hit that backfill where this whole program is no longer financially viable?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't have the exact number in front of you. I think there would be. It is based on downsizing the payroll cost. If you don't downsize payroll costs, then you're just paying more to pay people to retire. So, and I guess my reaction to you is this is a partnership with labor, which is a positive thing, but we should only be looking at a separation plan if we think we're heading into difficult financial waters where nobody's going to like to be trying to produce a service with fewer arms, but that's where we're headed. So I think the advantage of a voluntary downsizing plan is we are downsizing our payroll on a voluntary basis with our partners as opposed to layoffs, forced furloughs, other things to which they and nobody wants to participate in.
No, I get that, and that's why, I'm comfortable with this concept and want to move this concept. I guess I'm expressing my concerns, trying to have some of my fears allayed. I think the 10% is probably not realistic. I worry about, what we're expecting our junior employees to take on these additional duties. We're taking the burden off of, the folks who retire and get the payout. Also looking through an equity lens are obviously the more senior people who bought their houses at a time before the recession and all these other things. And again, the burden is going to fall on our most diverse folks and our least senior folks. And that worries me. I understand the need to do this, and I'm not fighting it. I support the creative ways to avoid furloughs because we need to do that. Of course, if the economy gets worse and we end up having to do furloughs anyway, then we've made a mistake, because then we've done this and we've made it worse by paying out these big lump sum payments. So I guess I'll stop with the questions, but this is not a simple quick fix. This is something that involves a fair amount of risk, I think. There are departments where only people who know how to do things retire at retirement age, and when they retire, nobody can run the software and all that other stuff that we've seen. And I don't know if we have all the succession plans in place, which is another element of risk to this. But we're not in a good situation, so I don't have a better alternative to put forward. But I guess I will reluctantly support what's going on. But I have a lot of fear about this. And I'll just put that out there, and I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, and thanks, Mr. Blumenfield, for your questions. I hate the idea of furloughs. I hate what it does to our city employees, and I hate what it does to our constituents and the delivery of services. But I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around, with any confidence, a knowledge that this is going to be any better. I get how it will be better for the employees who won't be furloughed. I get that, and that's a good thing. But I'm not clear on what the impact on service delivery will be. And I don't know that there's any way to know that, right? Because we don't know who's going to take this. We don't know what the impact is going to be. So we're sort of saying we don't like option A, so let's take option B. But option B is a lot of big question marks, right?
Councilmember, I agree, and we don't know exactly who's going to take it. There will be a service impact, and the brain drain will matter. Even if it's not the worst brain drain, it will matter, will make it harder to deliver good service. On the other hand, if we are trying to sort of address the budget problem, if we're trying to address furloughs, we feel, I think the ERC ultimately supported, this is a blunt instrument. It's not surgical, it's not getting rid of Mary, but not getting rid of Susie, and trying to evaluate who we want to keep. One, labor would not have agreed to that plan. And two, it would be very hard to do that fairly. So I think it is one of those where it's going to be difficult. But if you recall ERIP, a dirty word to many people, it tried to be a little more surgical in the brain drain category. Not every person in a single category could retire. And I think people still felt it didn't actually come up with the exact right list. So I don't think it would be actually doable, even if we could come up with sort of which people can go and which people can't, nor would our labor partners necessarily agree to that. Because I don't know if they would come up with the same list we do.
Yeah, I just feel very uncomfortable voting on the question mark. I mean, for the furloughs, as much as I can't stand them, the impacts. You and CLA at the end of May did a pretty detailed report on what the impacts will be per department. So I have, an uncomfortable certainty or an unhappy certainty about one option, but I just don't have any sense of the other option, and that troubles me. Can you tell me a little about how it works? We would offer this if a minimum number of people do it, then is the entire bargaining unit exempt from furloughs? A particular department is exempt from furloughs? Who is exempt?
So, there are two items on your agenda. The first item is eliminating furloughs for the time of the buyout plan, which would be roughly 2 months. So by that point, we would actually have the takers, we would have the take rate, we would know how much we actually saved. This is an average savings salary. If it's more highly paid people, you'll save more. We're still not exactly sure what day they'll walk out the door. That's partially the LACER system. Our labor partners believe that this will essentially cover the cost of furloughs. They will then ask you and ask us to say the buyout should replace furloughs entirely for the year. If, in fact, it does not fully cover the cost of furloughs, and obviously you haven't made that decision, you're just deferring furloughs for 2 months, but that is what labor expects to ask you. That is their premise of this program. If successful, they think it should be sufficient to eliminate furloughs for everyone who is being furloughed. If it does not, sort of mathematically, if we're still short, what they have agreed to do is just talk further, and we don't have direct instructions from your council or EERC about what to do with that remaining gap, whatever it is, which we don't know exactly what it is.
So procedurally, there's a minimum number to trigger whether or not this can be done.
Correct.
At the end of the opt-in period, we consider whether or not to suspend the furloughs indefinitely. Are we at that point making a decision about whether or not to approve the incentive buyouts, or are we on the hook for that no matter what once we do this vote, if they hit the minimum number?
You're on the hook for that as a contractor if they hit the minimum number. You are agreeing to the incentive plan.
That's troubling. And
then, Councilmember, I do want to say, again, both you and Mr. Blumenfield, EERC and our office, we believe this plan, if it hits the minimum number, is financially a winner for the city. Service impacts aside, and I understand those are very real. The more people leave, the faster they leave, the more savings. But even if the minimum leave and they don't leave till January, it is still a savings package in year one and in year two.
And if we do this, both parts of it, we agreed on the furlough part to delay them. What happens if, we're entering, the entirely predictable second wave of COVID-19, and there's going to be an impact, and I imagine there's going to be an impact on the budget. Let's say we're midway through the year, and we've got hundreds of millions to make up in a hole in this year's budget. Not that I would want to go for furloughs, but are we then precluded from going for furloughs?
Again, sir, it depends on what the agreement is and what the mayor and council order in the first. Assuming there's a gap, and assuming you decide to furlough one day or no furloughs and you agree with that in labor and writing, then you have probably foreclosing furloughs. If you don't agree to that, you won't. It depends on what the next agreement is.
What's labor's expectation?
I believe labor believes if this proposal saves fully the cost of furloughs, you will agree to eliminate furloughs for the whole year. So I believe would be, if we go off a fiscal cliff, different than the one currently estimated, which is a very difficult place. But if we go off a cliff where we have to reopen discussions with labor generally, whether they be about their wages, about furloughs, and you always have the management right to lay off, which would be laying off your young, diverse workforce.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of. That's where I was going with this, is I'm afraid that this narrows our possibilities and puts us closer to layoffs. I mean, I'm a total pessimist about what's going to be happening with this budget. You know, in the things we're going to be discussing cutting later, I don't think there's going to be enough, but I don't think we're done, because I think we're going to have to come back this year. I'm curious. I'm wondering if CLA, do you guys have any thoughts on this?
Good afternoon. I think my thoughts on it haven't been well hidden. I'm really concerned by the furloughs or the separation plan. I've been saying that because I have real concern. I mean, first of all, the way it's structured, the way the CAO has presented it, structuring it so that you gain savings over a 2-year period is actually makes the most sense, because it's really hard to be able to pay a separation payment in the first year and to generate savings. So structurally, that seems to make a good sense in terms of approach. The concern that I've expressed is primarily as it relates to the impact on services. As you know, with furloughs, you can easily bring people back. So we're furloughing people to keep our revenues and expenditures level, but if people are gone and if people have actually retired, you're not going to be able to restore those services back quickly. So that's one area that I have concern about. Another area that I have concern about is that what we see may be a temporary situation. If, for example, we get federal funding, if we get revenue replacement, we could be in a situation where we may not have had to do a buyout. We may be able to actually have eliminated the furlough. So that's another area of concern that I have in terms of offering a separation plan. Now, if it is the desire, though, to reduce the workforce, and we may be in that situation at some point, we may not have any choice later. The situation that you just brought up, Mr. Bonin, about if we go off a financial cliff and if we get a certain number of takers on this and then we'll be obligated to provide this buyout, that also is of great concern as well. So it's a difficult call, and I realize that this is one mechanism to help deal with the situation that we're in now and to eliminate furloughs. I'm still not certain if the savings that will be generated will actually be sufficient to cover furloughs. And then we may be in a situation where we need to furlough, and then you'll have less workforce to furlough. So you may end up needing to furlough more people on top of it. So there's a lot of uncertainty, and I get labor's desire, and I'm being perfectly honest, I get labor's desire to want to offer a separation plan to alleviate the need for furloughs. That is a noble approach. I'm just not sure if it's going to achieve it. And so it may just be, or we have to be in a situation of offering it to see what happens. But your CLA sitting right here has a lot of worry, because the people that will be eligible will be the people that this city relies on to provide the services that you expect. And so I'm worried.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm still, well, there's a couple more members of the committee who still have questions, so I will listen to their questions and listen for their wisdom.
Mr. Price, did you want to weigh in on items 2 and 3?
At this time, thank you.
Okay, my questions long ago been dealt with through EERC and otherwise.
Remember?
And then Mr. Kretz is recusing on this, so there are no others. Yes, Mr. Llewellyn.
I would just, if I could, just to conclude, I don't think your body or our residents or our employees like for less services of any kind, whether they be furloughs, buyouts, any kind of, you would rather provide more services. Our residents would like to get more services, and our employees would like to increase their numbers. I think we're heading into very choppy waters. This was the labor plan for us, and I think it's a reasonable one that works fiscally. It is not a total answer to the kind of storms we are facing, but I think it works fiscally, and I think your general managers reluctantly will find a way to manage around it, so I urge your aye vote.
Yeah, and I would just add to that Mr. Bond and I agree wholly with your pessimistic viewpoint. As you know, as you've heard me say many times, I am not convinced that even with this program, we will avoid future furloughs and even the potential for future layoffs. Those things are, still within the realm of possibility if our revenue projections are as negative as finance has already predicted they very well may be. This program will realize some savings. I don't know if it will realize enough savings to avoid the worst case scenarios, but it will realize some savings. But under any circumstance, I think we all have to come to the realization that in this fiscal year, there is going to be a significant reduction in services, period. No matter how we dice it, whether it's furloughs, whether it's layoffs, whether it's a separation agreement, whatever we move forward with, there is going to be a reduction in services because there's been a devastating reduction in revenues. And it's just a simple matter of the reality of the math and of the real world consequences of revenue decline. But there is no way around this. It's a question of how we structure that reduction in services. And I have some apprehensions about this too, and I'm worried about some of the people that we may lose. And I still remember some of the consequences that we had as a result of ERIP and some of the folks that we lost back then. But I think this gives us an opportunity to have, give it the old college try and see if we can realize savings this way in a way that is less impactful on the majority of our workforce than a broad furlough program would be. So I'm willing to give this a try, knowing full well that Plan B still may be that we come back to having to do furloughs and other steps. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. I didn't understand something Mr. Llewellyn said in terms of, is the Plan B that Mr. Krikorian talking about precluded by this contract? You said something like that depends on how it's written. So explain that to me in terms of if the economy goes south and we've signed this agreement, does the agreement preclude us from doing additional furloughs without, reopening the labor contracts and all of that?
Councilmember, this plan in front of you doesn't address furloughs in month 3 through month 12. This addresses only you're approving a separation plan and you're approving 2 months of no furloughs. Okay. At which point, either the separation plan will be an enormous success or it won't. If it's an enormous success, I want to be fair, as Mr. Bonham said, if it's an enormous success, labor expects and will ask you to agree to no furloughs for the rest of the year. We will know, obviously, 2 months into it or 3 months into it, what's happening with the budget a little more.
Right.
We are not agreeing to what happens in month 3 at this time.
I get it. What I'm worried about, let's say it's an enormous success, hopefully, in 2-3 months, and then 6 months, 8 months, we get this second wave, and then we're up the creek again. That's where the concern is, and then we've already technically signed that agreement, but what you're telling me is we haven't signed that agreement. That will be something that comes before the council in 3-4 months, and maybe when it is, there can be an escape clause for horrible times or something like that.
I hear you, sir.
Okay, great.
All right, members, anything else on this? Okay, so let's go ahead then.
Sorry, Mr. Corey, I just have one more question. I was muted. I'm just curious. There's something that Sharon said. Mr. Corey has mostly convinced me, but there's one nagging thing that Sharon said about if we get revenue replacement from the feds that could alleviate the need for furlough, and we just gave a buyout to avoid furloughs, it ain't going to go over very well.
Sir, from legally, if you have agreed to a contract and the people have left and they've retired, you've agreed to pay them.
I understand that. I'm just saying, if we've given a bunch of public money to buy out people to avoid furloughs that it turns out we're relieved from having to do because of federal money, then we're going to look pretty dumb.
So, Councilmember, I guess I don't know if I totally agree with you, but I do think your current position is you and Mr. Krikorian have said, I think it's only going to get worse. I have
a sense of optimism that the feds are going to be doing anything at least until.
Surely there's a chance we'll get some golden, reward from Washington, and that would be fantastic. But I do think part of this program is you're working from a hand where you are more worried about the future and making decisions based on that.
Yeah, well, in appealing to my pessimism versus my optimism, it's not much of a contest.
Well,
thank you for sharing.
If I could throw in one other thought to this and ask you to respond to it, Mr. Llewellyn. It's also the case that people who are retirement eligible now, who would be able to take this separation agreement, are also obviously among our highest paid employees because they're, far along on their salary escalation scale. They all are part of the highest pension tier. And if we were in a situation where we had funding from federal reimbursements and so on to begin refilling those positions and decided that we wanted to do the backfilling, that right now doesn't seem likely, but if we were to do that, we would be bringing in, new employees that would be in the lower pension tier and at a lower salary scale. And so there would still be, ongoing long-term structural savings that would be realized from this, even if we did have to rehire. It would be cumbersome. It would be a lot harder to do than just rescinding furloughs, for sure. But there would be long-term structural savings that would be realized as well. Is that a fair statement to make, Mr. Llewellyn?
Sure. I think there are 2 points. One, I think that's 100% true, not just fair. And one of the things that I think it gives you an opportunity to do is make sure your next class and the class after that are even more diverse in response to some of the other issues going on now about making sure our workforce represents sort of the future we all want to see.
Okay. Anything further, members? All right. Let's go ahead then on item number 3. Call the roll on the CAO's recommendations.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
You're muted, Mr. Price.
Koretz.
Aye. Price, aye.
Thank you.
Price,
Koretz.
aye.
Correct. Recused.
Thank you. Koretz recused. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Reluctantly, with hesitation, aye.
Four ayes, this item passes.
Thank you. That brings us then to item number 2. Let's call the roll on approving the CAO's recommendations on item 2.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price. Councilmember Price.
Aye.
Koretz, absent. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes, this item passes.
All right, very good. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. That brings us then to consideration of item number 1, the mayor's proposed budget and the CLA's recommendations in response to the many requests that this committee has made of the CLA. So I'd like to proceed to our CLA to offer her report, and then what we'll do is after she gives her overview, we'll proceed through it page by page. So make sure that you have it in front of you that you can see. Ms. So, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members. The report you have before you is the CLA report on the proposed modifications to the 2021 budget. It's based on your many committee discussions over the course of this past month, as well as the hearings that we had, council motions, general managers' testimony, as well as public testimony. Our recommendations are guided by our extreme concern regarding the current situation with COVID-19 and a potential spike in cases. While we have seen a slight modest improvement in our revenues, there is still great concern. And so we would just urge caution as we continue to move forward, urge caution in new expenditures until we do have greater certainty. I will be really, really brief, just to highlight just a couple of areas that our report touches on, and you'll notice that we did use our traditional way of displaying proposed changes. We felt that everyone was familiar with it, and so we used the same format. In terms of the reserve fund, we are proposing that to seek reimbursement or take reimbursement from the CARES Act money to bring the reserve fund up a little bit. The report also reflects the LAPD reductions and reallocations that were adopted by the committee last week. They are presented as well as the alternative proposal that was put forward by Mr. Price at last week's meeting. The furloughs and hiring freeze exemptions, there was extensive discussion over the course of the past month relative to restoring furloughs, or actually providing funding to alleviate the need for furloughs, as well as the hiring freeze. Because of your action on the 2 matters that were also on the agenda today, it would be, in our mind, appropriate to defer actions on providing funding to eliminate furloughs or the hiring freeze at this point until we know the results of the separation plan. A couple other minor little changes that we would be suggesting. We are recommending that you set aside some money for the redistricting commissions, which was not funded in the budget. We also are proposing that there be some cash flow provided for COVID-19 response from CARES Act money. We do recommend, though, that that particular recommendation for cash flow be referred to the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 recovery. That is actually being heard by the committee as well. So we believe that it would be appropriate to refer that particular recommendation to the ad hoc committee. Andrea is here. She will walk you through the report page by page as the chair indicated, and if there are any areas that you wish to discuss further, we are available to answer any questions. So with that overview, I'll turn it over to Andrea.
Good afternoon, Andrea Galvin with the CLA.
And Andrea, I'm sorry, Ms. Galvin, before you begin, so members, as is our usual practice when we do the rack up, what I'd like to do is as we go through each page, if you have questions or if you have motions regarding that page, let's go ahead and bring them on the page. And if not, we'll just assume that page is approved as we go forward. And because of the amount of conversation we've had about it and the significance of the changes, the recommendations number 10 and 11 and attachment A regarding the police budget, we will save till the end and have it a little deeper discussion about those. And I think Mr. Price has a motion to introduce relating to that. So we'll come back to that at the end of this. And then if there are any other items that you want to add to this, we'll do that at the end. But let's do each page as we go through. Ms. Galvin, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go right ahead.
No problem. Thank you. If we start with page 1, there's information about the reserve fund up at the top that Sharon noted. There is also revenue changes, which includes recommendation number 1, using CARES Act funding to reimburse the reserve fund and the Building and Safety Enterprise Fund. So there's 2 recommendations on that page with regard to revenues. If we turn the page, we go to expenditure changes. These are recommendations 3 through 5. These are changes which have an impact on the general fund, including census redistricting money in the UB and also downtown LA streetcar funding changes that had been discussed in committee.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on number 5. On number 5, I just had a question on 5C and D. The direction from the committee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Bonin, excuse me. I'd like to ask the CLA if you could, can you please mute your mic when Mr. Bonin is speaking? Thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Bonin.
Yeah, this question on 5C and 5D. The direction from the committee is, as I recall, was to reallocate the $5 million to Streets LA pavement work that supports LA DOT mobility projects. And what we sort of have here instead is that the special fund is just sort of going into the general fund and taking up costs that the general fund otherwise would be covering, which is a different thing entirely. Can you explain that?
So there was quite a bit of discussion relative to that. Yes, we heard the discussion. As we indicated earlier, we have extreme concern about the status of our revenues. And so this was in an effort to build our reserves to help deal with some of what we see happening through the rest of the year. Yes, you can reallocate it for increased mobility projects, but that goes into the category of increased and new expenditures, and so that was the reason for this recommendation. If you
wait.
Yes,
it doesn't really go into the category of new expenditures because we were reprogramming money otherwise. It's only a new expenditure now because you guys put the money into the general fund in the recommendation. So I understand why you did it, but as chair of T committee, I feel particularly protective of the transit funds. So I would recommend we go back to the committee's original recommendation, which I guess would mean striking D, right? Yeah. No.
You would strike D and you would actually allocate it for the additional mobility programs. And
yes.
That's what we do. So,
yes.
And if that's the recommendation, these are only our recommendations, Mr. Bonin. Yes. We realize that the committee makes policy determination. These are only our recommendations.
And that would be my motion. I'll second it.
Okay, so just so that we're all clear, then the impact of that that motion would be that there would be $5 million more available in transportation special funds and $5 million less in the reserve fund. Right. Okay, any discussion on that motion? All right, let's go ahead. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I'm somewhat torn on the issue. I'm not clear on why the $5 million would be so compelling that we would continue to dig ourselves in a deeper hole. So what would the $5 million be urgently set aside for that couldn't wait for another time when we were in better fiscal shape?
Well, let me then suggest, I have a counter suggestion then, that will give Mr. Krikorian slightly less heartburn, I think, is instead of the recommendation I just made, what if we put the $5 million in the UB with the direction of Streets LA and DOT to report back with potential projects? That gives us the opportunity to put it into reserve fund if the projects don't meet the satisfaction of the council.
Yes. And thank you for your concern about my heartburn, Mr. Bonin. I always appreciate that. I didn't have that much heartburn over this, but I do think that that's a better suggestion for a number of reasons, not least of which is we have several new members of the council who will be coming in shortly that may want to weigh in on how that money gets expended as well. So I think that's a sensible approach, and I would support it. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, I mean, either way, the good thing is the shift in funding creates long-term savings down the road that can be spent on transportation projects throughout the city, and so I think it's a wise move. Whether or not we forego those, that transfer this year because of our budget or not, I think is certainly an open question. But I think this is a fair way to do it. Put it in the UV, and then we can look at it down the road and see what kind of shape we're in. So,
cool.
All right. Then why don't we go ahead? If there's no further discussion, any other questions on this? Can we go ahead and call the roll on Mr. Bonin's motion? All right, let's go ahead.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. This amendment is approved. Thank you. And is there anything else on pages 1 or 2, members? Do we need to take a roll call vote on each page, or is it all right if we just assume until the end that these recommendations are approved and then we'll vote on it collectively?
We're okay with that.
I would prefer that option if we can. So let's go ahead then move on to page 3.
Page 3, these are other changes. These are changes that have a net zero impact on the general fund, transfers between accounts, expenditures that will be offset by a non-general fund source. This is the item 6 is what Sharon referred to in the beginning. This will be referred to the ad hoc COVID committee, correct? Number 7 is the transfer of 3 months revenue from the UV line item Zoo and El Pueblo revenue shortfalls to El Pueblo. And 8 and 9 are positions added to personnel that are to be fully reimbursed. Number 8 will be reimbursed by the deferred compensation plan. Number 9 will be reimbursed from the Cannabis Regulation Trust Fund. That's page 3.
Okay, members, any questions or motions on page 3? Seeing none, we'll move on to page 4.
Page 4 continues the other changes. These are police items 10 through 15, which go on to page 5. I believe that you discussing this at the end of us going through the report.
Yes.
And this is also related to attachment 1, which you referred to as well. So if there's nothing for now. If we move on to page 5, those items are continued on 14 and 15. And the end of page 5 is a chart reflecting the reserve fund as proposed in this report. That would be on July 1.
Okay, we will come back to those recommendations then when we've completed the rest. Let's move on to
page 6 is instructions and general instructions. There is recommendation number 16, which is adopting attachment 2 regarding Exhibit H. There is also recommendation number 17, which lays out a hiring freeze exemption process. Below that, 18 through 21 are, and continuing on to page 7, are general instructions that will implement our recommendations in this report.
Okay, members, Mr. Blumenfield?
Yeah, I had a question on 17, the hiring freeze exemption. In the second bullet where it says no general fund or special fund impact, want to know, what does that actually mean? Does it mean no funding would be spent from the special fund or the general fund, or only that there's no impact to the approved budget for general fund or special funds of the relevant bureau?
Yeah. Okay, so the intent was that if there is no additional impact to the budget, and usually when we say no additional impact to the budget, it usually refers to the general fund. So if there is a special funded position that is being requested, would be looked upon more favorably. As always, though, we always indicate that we think there needs to be some sort of assessment whether a position can be moved to fill that position too. So that's something that especially if we're trying to reduce the workforce, that those opportunities need to be kept in mind too, is whether a department can reassign someone to move into that position. But this was intended that if there is no impact to the general fund, that the hiring freeze exemption would be looked upon more favorably.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so that's page 6, and like I stated, page 7 has further general instructions that are required or put in to implement our recommendations and the budget. This includes, actually on page 7, just to note, it does include recommendations for the MICLA proposed projects that we spoke about in committee. Recommendation 29 leads to attachment 3, which has instructions for the CAO to determine MICLA eligibility on a number of projects. There's also another recommendation alluding to attachment 3. It's 26. Attachment 3 will take you to a number of instructions that were proposed by the committee by each of your offices. So attachment 3 will have a collection of different things that were discussed over the last few weeks. So that's page 7. Any questions on page 7? No? Page 8.
So what will the procedural impact be then of instruction 26 with regard to those other council files? Those will be things that will be carried forward then in committee for further discussion as we proceed with the fiscal year.
Yes, and we should probably vote on, once I've gone through the end of just the front of the report, we can vote on, there are R1 through R17. We can vote on those instructions afterwards.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Page 8 are recommendations 32 through 37. These are technical adjustments, including position swaps, as well as adding positions without funding, only to be filled upon the availability of a source other than the general fund. Here you will see the brush clearance position for fire, wildlife pilot study positions for planning, various positions for the Board of Public Works, as well as a swap of positions for Public Works Street Services. We just might add for street services, those were the positions that were provided by the general manager who indicated he wanted to swap one set of positions for other ones to help provide by this department. Is word there another name? Okay. Oh, that's it.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, there's one more, talking with the general manager, that same idea, that is cost neutral, that they wanted, which I'd like us to consider as well, which is to add a B to paragraph 37 or item 37 that would read, delete the following resolution authorities as part of the Transportation and Community Improvements Grant Program: 2 maintenance and construction helpers, 1 cement finisher worker, 2 cement finishers, 1 equipment operator, 1 carpenter, and 1 plumber, and add the following positions with no additional funding: 1 street services superintendent 2, 2 street services superintendent 1, and 1 street services supervisor 2, and 1 civil engineering associate 3. I don't know if that was just left out or if it was a last minute one, but I was informed by the general manager that was also a cost neutral thing that would help them manage more efficiently by doing a cost neutral swap of positions. So I would ask that we add that B paragraph as well.
Second.
Sorry, Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to have a technical adjustment for the Department of Cannabis Regulation to add a resolution authority for 4 management analysts and 2 senior administrative clerks to support the department's activities, to delete the resolution authority for 4 management assistants and 2 administrative clerks. These positions are fully funded by the Cannabis Regulation Special Revenue Trust Fund and are assumed in and funded through the comprehensive fee study recently adopted by the council.
And so that, as I understand it, has no general fund impact?
That's correct.
Okay, second.
Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and vote on Mr. Price's motion?
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Corretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. This amendment is approved.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, I think we need to vote on the amendment that I put forward as well.
Yes. If it wasn't seconded, I will second it.
It was seconded by Ms. Perez, but thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, so let's go ahead and vote on that motion now, please, as well.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Corretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. This amendment is approved.
Very good. Was there anything else, members? All right. Ms. Galvin, go right ahead.
Okay, so next we get to page 9. This is also included under technical adjustments. These are budget notes. This page contains various amendments and corrections to the budget. It also contains a recommendation number 44, which lists programs to be considered for restoration with funding available from police department reductions. These are programs that were highlighted in committee as those that would help underserved communities. So they were highlighted in committee, and we put them all in one paragraph here to show you just kind of where the discussion went over the last few weeks.
So the import of that recommendation is to just hold that list for future discussion as we move forward based on the availability of funding.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Blumenfield?
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible, but the graffiti abatement one, just to keep up with the increased costs, if we could pull that one out, I would think that would make sense for us to, at the very least, fund.
Just so you know, in the back of the report, under recommendations that we don't recommend,
it's in there also as not funded, so we could do that at that time as well, if you want to highlight that specific recommendation in a few pages.
Either way, I just
Okay.
the graffiti abatement, I think, is universally important to all of us.
It is. I think for context, it probably makes sense for us to take it up when we take up the other things that were not recommended, so we can kind of do that collectively. That's all right, Mr. Bloomfield?
That's fine. Thank you.
Because it's not really even contrary to the recommendation in number 44, which is supporting, further consideration of these as funds become available. So let's reconsider that when we get to the rest of those recommendations that were not recommended by the CLA.
Fair enough.
Okay. On that.
Mr. Bloomfield, it's recommendation number 71, just for your information, on page 12.
Thank you.
Okay. That's page 10.
Okay, moving on to page 10. These are page 10 through 13 are items that we recommend deferring. So we are not recommending funding at this time for these items. Page 10 and 11 have to do with requests that either dealt with furlough elimination or the hiring freeze exemptions. The numbers that are provided for furlough elimination are a full year of furloughs. For the hiring freeze, those numbers indicate about 6 months worth, so half the number maybe that was indicated in the budget. And this goes through just the departments that we discussed in committee. So, and we do recommend that these be deferred. This is the Aging Department, Cannabis Regulation, City Attorney, Controller, Economic and Workforce Development Department, Emergency Management, and Fire. And the point of all of those being listed there, pending the results of the separation incentive plan, is really we went through and calculated everyone that you showed interest in restoring. But these are listed here for the purposes of later discussion should funding become available later in the year or after the furlough plan is resolved. It gives you an opportunity to see which ones were important to the committee at this time, and so we can consider it again later in the year.
And it's actually important that we do that because we don't yet know what the impact of the separation agreement may be. We don't know what the need for furlough may be. It may be greater, it may be less. And also by providing exemptions for furloughs for certain positions, we may actually have an undesired impact on eligibility of certain members for the separation incentive as well, which might not be a desired result. So that, I think, makes great sense to me. Mr. Koretz, you had a question?
Yeah, I would just raise my hand on 49 just to ask if we think it's prudent to defer positions that might be central to the controller's ability to continue doing payroll services for city employees. I imagine if it's not dealt with now, it would have to be dealt with sometime in the coming year because I believe those are still crucial positions.
Ms. Huber, did you or somebody from the CAO want to weigh in and respond to Mr. Kretz?
Councilmember, it's Rich Llewellyn.
Yes,
And Councilmember Koretz, many of these positions are important. To the extent as the year goes on, you determine that something must be done to sort of, for any purpose, you will obviously make that call. I would just reiterate what Councilmember Krikorian just said. Adding positions, getting rid of furloughs, doing those things now does cause issues with the separation plan, and I think deferring on those decisions makes the most sense.
All right. Well, I'm not a big fan of it, but if there's no outcry to deal with these positions now. Hopefully we'll take them up relatively early in the fiscal year.
Yeah, as we've consistently said, this is going to have to be an ongoing process, and I agree with you about the critical nature of those positions and many of the others. So we definitely want to keep a close eye on that throughout the first quarter during this period while we're evaluating the outcome of the separation agreement, for sure. Separation incentive, rather. Members, anything else on this page? All right.
Page 11 continues with furlough elimination requests and hiring freeze exemption requests, and these are for the department's Housing and Community Investment, Information Technology Agency personnel, Bureau of Street Services, Recreation and Parks, and Transportation.
Mr. Blumenfeld. Mr. Blumenfeld.
Great. On item, regarding item 56, it's street LA would be exempted from the hiring freeze only if they can stay within budget, which is what they were saying. Why is there a $10.4 million cost attached to it if they said that they would only be exempt if they stayed within budget?
So that would have been the cost. We don't know if they're going to be able to stay within budget, so that was just our calculation that if we were to fill all of them, that would be the cost. So it may be just a difference in semantics on that one, Mr. Blumenfield. So we're not certain at this point whether they will be able to stay within budget. So it requires some further analysis, and so until we see what happens with the separation incentive plan and to see how many of their employees will actually participate in the program, it may make a difference in that number even. So we calculated it based on all the positions that could be filled, but as we said, it really will depend ultimately on the results of the separation incentive, because many of those employees might be eligible and able to participate.
Okay, I guess just down the road, I guess we'll look at those as they have positions that need to be filled, if we can do it in a cost-neutral way. But, okay.
Yes, that is our assumption as well.
Okay.
Mr. Bonin, did I see you, anything you wanted to speak?
No, I'm good on this one.
Okay. Anybody else? Members on this page? Okay. Onward.
Okay, moving on to page 12. These are requests not recommended due to fiscal impact and other reasons. These are recommendations number 60 through 75, which goes on to page 13. Various departments that we discussed in committee. This page is Animal Services, Controller, Economic and Workforce Development, Fire, General City Purposes, ITA, and the Board of Public Works.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you. On item 66, GCP one for adding funding for case management services for ADAP, First to Serve Community Reflections. Mr. Harris Dawson asked me to move that we delete from any of this request for funding the potential use of the Justice Fund. He wants to strike any reference. I don't see it in the rec-up, but I believe it was in the initial motion. He wants to strike any reference to potentially using the Justice Fund.
It was in the original motion, and then he amended that motion, as I recall, so I think that's why it does not appear in our document, because he had already amended that. So for belts and suspenders, yeah, I think it is clear both from the amended motion and from this report that that should not be the source of funding for any of these positions. These expenditures are actually not recommended right now anyway, but if they were to be, that would not be the source of funds.
Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item 60, I don't think the spay and neuter trust fund will run out of money immediately, so I don't know that we need to deal with it at this moment. But I would ask that we move it up on the deferral list so that it can be more easily reconsidered in the next fiscal year. I think we all realize the more unfettered reproduction we have among our city's cats and dogs, the more of a problem we create. And so we may want to re-include some or all of this funding to make sure we don't go too wildly off the rails. This is already only a fraction of what is really with the 500K. Without anything, I think we would have a very weak response to our spay and neuter needs in the city.
And I agree wholly with you, Mr. Kretz. Perhaps what we could do is take this up again in the first quarter of the fiscal year for consideration both of the status of the sterilization trust fund and their expenditure rate, and reconsider this item again sometime in the first quarter.
Sounds great. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, anything else? Mr. Blumenfield, you had one on this list.
No, I've got one on page 13, but not on that.
At page on page 12, item 71 is what Blumenfield referred to earlier.
Oh yes, right. Got it. Paper number 71. Yes.
Right. No, that was the graffiti one. This is the one where I just think because of the prevailing wage issue, and we don't want to limit that graffiti abatement. It's has a big impact on the community quality of life for all of our districts. I was hoping we could keep that in there.
Well, if you're moving that we do, I will second that.
Okay, that's so. I mean, the original one previously was taking it out of the police funding. That was what the Marquise resolution, or that item 44 was. But however we do it, I'll move that to so moved. Let me just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think there is no place to take this from other than
I get it.
Reserve. So right now, as much as I know Mr. Bonin is concerned about my heartburn level, and with good reason, I think this is every year one of those expenditures that has almost unanimous sense of urgency for within the council. So I think if we can go ahead and change recommendation 71 to fund those contractual services. If that was the motion, Mr. Blumenfield, I will second.
That is the motion in recognition that this is not an increase in services. This is just the bare minimum to keep the services as they are because of the increased cost.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and vote on that motion.
Krikorian?
Aye.
Price?
Aye.
Koretz?
Enthusiastically aye.
Blumenfield?
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin?
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. This amendment is approved.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
To page 13.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we couldn't get to the button quick enough. Just in terms of the funding for that, one area could be the mid-year line adjustment in the unappropriated balance rather than taking it from the reserve fund. And we can just make that as a technical change if you wish.
That sounds like an excellent suggestion, unless Mr. Blumenfield objects. I don't know that we need to revote.
No objection.
Very good. That's an excellent technical change. Thank you. All right. That should take us then to page 13.
Page 13 is a continuation of the request that we did not recommend in this report. This includes sanitation, street services, and then transportation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Bonin.
Thanks. A brief note on 74 and then a motion on 75. 74 and 75 were efforts of mine to move some LAPD money better spent for transportation to alternative purposes to fund actual DOT services. 74, which was seeking to reallocate funding LAPD receives from Metro to support the enhanced and free fare programs. That requires some changes at the Metro level, so I'll be working on that at Metro, and so okay to defer that one for now because we can't legally do what I want. But on 75, which would be to reduce funding in the LAPD overtime carve-out, specifically relative to Vision Zero. It's a carve-out in LAPD overtime for LAPD enforcement. I proposed that we move that and add funding instead to DOT's Vision Zero education and outreach. Instead of doing the enforcement, do the education and outreach. I'm not quite sure why CLA made the recommendation they did to not move forward on that. It actually does not have a fiscal impact.
No, Mr. Bonnet, it does not have a fiscal impact. The only concern that CLA's office had was because given the significant amount of reductions that were already taking place in the LAPD overtime account, that this would just take an additional $1.5 million on top of the $75 million that you had already recommended for reduction. And so we were just concerned about the level of funding because LAPD at the end of the day still requires a sufficient amount of overtime in their account for Fair Labor Standards Act requirements. And so, and I don't know what that level is.
Yeah, but this overtime can only be used for Vision Zero enforcement, so it doesn't affect the other allocation.
Yes.
This is specifically for Vision Zero enforcement, and I think it could be better spent on Vision Zero outreach. So I'd make the motion that we make the funding transfer of $1.5 million from LAPD overtime carve-out relative to Vision Zero enforcement to LADOT Vision Zero education and outreach.
Is there a second for the motion? Mr. Price, did you want to be heard on this?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on Mr. Bonnet's motion? Mr. Kratz.
Yeah, I have sort of mixed feelings on this because I sort of feel like it's part of the effort to winnow down LAPD just for the sake of doing it. At the same time, one of my disappointments of Vision Zero is that it doesn't put enough money into educational outreach and messaging. So I don't hate the idea of adding some Vision Zero funding for that. So I'm somewhat undecided and listening to the arguments for why we should do that.
Well, you like the end outcome. You may have a misgiving about the reason, but in the end, the outcome is good.
Okay, well, let me ask a question that might help on this, and I guess this is partly directed to you, Mr. Bonin, but maybe the CLA could respond as well. As much money as we spend on traffic enforcement generally by LAPD, what is the reason for having an overtime carve-out specific to Vision Zero that's separate from general traffic enforcement? What is that overtime used for? Do you know, Mr. Bonin, or does somebody at the CLA know how that's utilized currently in a way distinct from general traffic enforcement?
So actually, I think the Vision Zero, and I'm not sure if LAPD or DOT is on, but I believe that overtime is actually general funded overtime. It's not special funded overtime, if I remember correctly. So maybe somebody can explain that. But if it's general fund overtime, I think that may have been the reason why there was a carve out within the LAPD budget. It was because there wasn't any special funds that was made available to LAPD for overtime related to Vision Zero. So instead, what was done as a budgetary maneuver, it was to carve it out of their existing overtime account to do Vision Zero enforcement and patrol. So it was really already a general fund activity, and I'm looking to see if or maybe CAO can comment on it, but I'm pretty certain that was all general fund. It wasn't just exclusively for, it wasn't being special funded and can only be used for Vision Zero. It was your decision to carve it out and require LAPD to focus it on Vision Zero.
All right, Mr. Llewellyn, and then I thought I saw Ms. Reynolds as well. Why don't we take Mr. Llewellyn first?
Councilmember, I think the way Ms. So in the broadest scheme was right. This is a general fund activity in that the police department does do sort of traffic enforcement and also uses overtime for it. I think this was a decision by your council to make certain that that was a priority overtime use, given the many priorities facing the PD for overtime. So that when you have, traditionally when you've carved something out, it's something you wanted to make sure happened despite all the pressures on PD to do work for overtime. So they do track it separately to make sure they can respond at the end of the year that we did that as you wanted, even though we were pressured to use our overtime for all sorts of things.
All right, thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Ms. Reynolds, did you have something you wanted to add to this about LAPD's Vision Zero overtime use?
So this was, thank you, Council Member, this was a request that the Department of Transportation made several years ago, starting with the 17-18 budget, that LAPD receive $1.5 million in overtime for Vision Zero enforcement. And at the time, that recommendation emerged from work we had been doing as sort of partner departments on Vision Zero. I would say that, I'd have to defer to LAPD to articulate how they use that, because we don't get a lot of information on that. And that was also, a different leadership and different leadership structure. Okay. And also a time that predated, if you'll recall, our streets being enforceable by radar, because many of them had fallen out of that sort of, the speed surveys had all expired.
Okay, thank you. And I see LAPD is on the line as well. So just if you could respond to that, how this overtime carve-out is utilized separately from typical traffic enforcement duties.
This is Tom Brennan from the Fiscal Group, the LAPD.
Can barely hear you.
This is Tom Brennan from the Fiscal Group at the LAPD. The carve-out actually came from the general fund overtime that the department already had, and it was a decision by the council to set aside that money within our existing overtime account to do the enforcement for Vision Zero. So it is done for additional traffic enforcement on overtime in areas that have been identified for Vision Zero enforcement. For example, the recent restriping of streets downtown to accommodate bi-directional bike lanes. When those were put in place, that was something that we needed to increase enforcement to ensure that those bike lanes were used safely, as it changed the entire traffic pattern when you had bikes going in opposite directions on one-way streets and created a safety concern. So that's part of one of the issues that we've used that funding for.
Okay, thank you. And again, members and others, if you're not currently speaking, please mute your mics so we don't get that feedback. Mr. Blumenfield?
Yeah, I'm a little worried about cutting this earmark, in the sense that, I mean, we're already cutting overtime in the budget, and traffic enforcement is something I'm constantly asking for in my district. We have more people die in the valley from speeding and from traffic accidents than do from homicide and other problems. So it it worries me greatly to take an earmark, which is, we're cutting the overtime overall, and I'm with that program, but this is basically earmarking a little bit of it to make sure that we have speeding problems dealt with, because frankly, it's really hard in the Valley, in particular, to get speeding enforcement. We're constantly asking for it near schools. We don't get it, and we're always told it's not a priority, which is why it was earmarked out of the overtime funds. So I worry about this, and it's also an equity issue. I mean, we have that problem here in the Valley, and it's not being served. And by cutting that earmark, I feel like let's cut the overtime overall, but let's not take away that earmark.
So I have a suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Bonner.
Just by way of explanation, the rationale behind it was actually an equity rationale, because in communities that are the unsafest, the Vision Zero corridors, that's where people have been most concerned about racially biased traffic stops, pedestrians, and when we launched Vision Zero, people in African American and Latino communities were actually concerned about enforcement and wanted to see the Vision Zero expenditures put elsewhere. What I would say, though, since there seems to be so much back and forth on this today, is what I'd ask then is if we could convert this into a council file, send it to T committee, and then I can send it back to Budget committee afterwards.
That sounds like a good resolution. So we can have a little bit more fulsome discussion about it on its Vision Zero impacts first, and then we'll come back and reconsider it. But for now, the recommendation will stand as is, but with a council file for further consideration in T committee.
Thank you.
Fair, members?
Yes.
Without objection, Mr. Kretz. You're still muted. Oh. We lost Mr. Kretz. Okay, while we're waiting for Mr. Kretz to come on back, I think that we don't need to take a vote because the recommendation will stand as is, but with the understanding that there will be a council file added for further consideration by this committee and T committee.
And I'm doing a broader motion on the subject matter as well, so that'll also address it. Not
Great.
Today.
Great. All right, let's move ahead then.
Okay, so that is the end of recommendations 1 through 75. If we could skip ahead quickly about the PD recommendations to attachment 3, and we could go ahead and consider recommendations R1 through R17.
Did we skip page 12?
No.
So we go to the police stuff?
Page 12 was the page where the fee abatement item was on. We didn't skip it, but if you have something you want to consider.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'm sorry, page 13. Page 13 was the one I had the issue on.
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't want it to go to the next thing. I didn't realize we skipped over this page.
No, that's quite all right. Go right ahead.
Item 73. I'm not sure why this isn't recommended for funding, and I'd like to change that. It's the $580,000. To make it cost neutral, we can delete one of the equipment operator positions. This is important in terms of maintaining our urban forestry division, and it can be done in a cost neutral way.
Second.
I will second that. Yes, Ms. Ho.
Yes, just one point of clarification on that. This would be utilizing monies from the Street Lighting Maintenance Assessment Fund. We certainly, you can have a city crew do the tree trimming to benefit the Street Lighting Maintenance Assessment Fund. We do caution, though, is while the revenue would be sufficient to fund the salaries for 9 months, even with the reduction. Next year, there may be a gap, and so it may require further revenue from street lighting maintenance assessment fund to make up the gap, because a 9-month funding, yes, it may meet the $500,000 that's set aside, but a full year funding the following year, it may not be sufficient once again. So just as a point of clarification.
I get it. I mean, it is what it may take that going forward. This is a way to handle it for this year, and it's, you know, we try to get ourselves on a trajectory to get a reasonable, you know, timeline in terms of trimming our trees. It's just one of those things that is so penny wise and pound foolish when we get behind on in terms of the liabilities it causes and the urban tree canopy and all the other things. And there's equity issues all wrapped in there, but I don't need to go into all of that. I think we're all in agreement to make this change. So I move that we do.
Mr. Blumenfield, just one other point of clarification. This would be hiring positions, so you would actually hire these positions to do it. If this is only for 1 year, these positions will already be on board. So I don't know how we would only be able to do it for 1 year.
Well, as I said, we would delete one of the 2 equipment operator positions as well.
So I'm not certain, even with that change, whether it will be sufficient to fund all of the positions on an annual basis, on a go-forward basis. That would be something we would have to check.
Okay. Well, either way, we'll cross that bridge next year when we come to it. I mean, I just think this is important regardless. This gets us through this year, and I'd like us to move forward. I hear the admonition and the warning about it, but it's, I think it's just, it is a priority that we should move forward.
And we get that, Mr. Blumenfield. It's just that it's almost a bit, it's a little contrary to what the department head had indicated about using other funds to help offset the need for furloughs in his department. So, you know, this may be one area that could have been used to offset the furlough days that he was referring to, as well as monies from DWP and other proprietary departments. So we just wish to put that out there to consider that as another issue of being able to offset furloughs in that department as put forward by the general manager.
Okay. Still want to move forward, though.
Okay, any other thoughts on this, members? If not, let's go ahead and call the roll on Mr. Bloomfield's motion.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Peretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. This amendment is approved.
Thank you. On item 72, this is a resolution authority without funding. So I'm not sure why it shows budgetary impact. What's the rationale on that?
Once again, this is another one where even though departments were putting forward unfunded positions, there's still going to be a cost even if they absorb it into their budget. So this one was once again a new position which we were trying to not add to the black hole that we have right now, this deficit that we're facing, and so adding another position, even if it's unfunded for 1 year, and not to mention the fact that I'm not absolutely certain what a labor relations advocate is needed in this department. So, you know, we do have labor relations handled by CAO's office. I'm not sure what the purpose of a labor relations advocate is, and I think that further exploration would be required in terms of what the duties are for that position. And I see Mr. Llewellyn on the line as well.
Councilmember, I would just support Ms. So we further explore this, keep it on your sort of review list. We are concerned about adding positions, honestly, anywhere if we're trying to downsize. And exactly what this position will do, I'm uncertain.
Okay. Well, I know that sanitation has had labor issues in the past that have proven to be exceptionally costly. So I also am not 100% certain what the parameters of this position would be. So why don't we, inspired by Mr. Bonin's approach, why don't we advance this as a council file as well for future consideration by this committee with more explanation for what the functions of that position would be, and we'll keep that then on our to-do list for the first quarter. Anything else on page 13, members? Okay, Mr. Kretz, I think you were trying to weigh in a moment ago for further discussion about the overtime issue, but I don't know if you heard the suggestion was that we advance that as a council file for consideration by the T committee, which will refer it back to the budget committee, so we don't have to change anything on the recommendation as of this moment.
Yeah, actually, I just gave you a thumbs up and then hit the wrong button and removed myself from the call.
I see. Okay, well, don't do that, because when I get the thumbs up, I want to keep you on the line. So thank you. Thank you for that. So, okay, so then that, I'm sorry, Ms. Galvin, we went back to you. Now you were referring us to attachment 3.
Yes. These are instructions that were proposed by the committee. Recommendations R1 through R17. If we could vote on those. Any questions?
Okay, so I will go ahead and move all of those bunch of instructions in attachment 3 for approval, unless members have questions or concerns about any of them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Price.
Would like to include a report back on item R10 to include small business, report back on the small business emergency loan program and the business source centers.
Yes, that is a very friendly amendment, which I agree with. So let's include that in the report back as well.
Thank you.
Any other changes or suggestions on any of these before we approve them, members? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. The attachment 3 recommendations are approved with the friendly amendment on R10.
Very good. Thank you very much. So that brings us then back to recommendations beginning with number 10 on the police department budget. And Mr. Price, did you have a recommendation that you wanted to offer with regard to those recommendations?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. First of all, let me just say I appreciate your willingness to work with me in my office over the past week to do the right thing after last week's committee action that left me and many disappointed and confused. For weeks, I and several of my colleagues have been strongly advocating to reduce the LAPD budget by $150 million and to invest the money back into black and brown communities in the form of services and programs that can advance equity, increase access to opportunity, as well as reimagine our public safety system. Instead, last Monday, this committee supported a motion that would not place a single dime into impacted communities of color in favor of, quote, other priorities. I was extremely saddened by that my motion, which was to support local social services like youth programming, job training, support for minority business, and more, failed by a 3-2 vote. Today, this committee has a chance to right that wrong. Given the current climate, the actions of the committee last week appear to be tone deaf to the movement for change that's engulfing our city, our state, and the nation. The rumbling in the streets is demanding all of us to be bold and brave enough to assess how and where we allocate our resources and to re-envision the future of policing in Los Angeles. Today, I'm speaking up in the name of my South LA community, George Floyd, and other innocent lives that have fallen victim at the hands of a system that never cared for them in the first place. We have the monumental opportunity to redeem ourselves and to do right by underserved communities in creating a fairer, more equitable playing field for all Angelenos. Members, our house is on fire, and we have been tasked with implementing solutions that will help put out the flames and to begin the healing process in our city. This is not just political banter. It's about people's lives, and it's apparent that we have a long way to go to eliminate discrimination. But we have to be more intentional in how we distribute city funds. This means consciously investing in services that get to the root causes of social injustice and inequity, which can be the difference between families merely surviving or thriving. I've stated before that one budget will not fix everything, but what we're experiencing is unprecedented, and I'm hopeful that we're moving in a more just and equitable direction. So, Mr. Chairman, with that said, I'd like to make the following recommendations. Regarding recommendations 10 and 11 and attachment A, I move that we approve the following recommendations regarding the proposed reductions to the police department budget. That would make an additional reduction of $16.26 million to the sworn overtime budget, so the total reduction equals $150 million. That we allocate the sum of $90 million to a new UB line item entitled UB Reserve for Preservation of City Services, Reinvestment in Disadvantaged Communities and Communities of Color, Reimagining Public Safety, Service Delivery, and Targeted Local Hire Program. That we allocate the sum of $10 million to EWDD for summer youth employment and workforce development to benefit youth from disadvantaged communities and communities of color, with an instruction for the summer youth employment program to be the priority expense, and that EWDD report back with their plan to spend any remaining balances consistent with this instruction. And that we allocate the sum of $40 million to a new UB line item entitled UB Reduction of Furloughs, and that we allocate any remaining balance to the UB Reserve for mid-year adjustments. Members, if we move forward with these recommendations, they would be aligned with the intent of the original motion, which was to address systemic injustices and inequities facing Black and brown Angelenos by reinvesting $100 million from the police budget into critical services for minority communities.
I'll second
I hope you'll join me in this fight to address centuries-old injustices, not only as your colleague, but as a 69-year-old Black man in America who's had to fight his whole life to be seen, heard, and treated fairly with dignity and respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And I've appreciated the conversations that we've had, and I'm happy to second the motion. Mr. Bonin is as well. I think, first of all, if there was any confusion last week, let me just quickly clarify that I don't think there's a member of this committee that doesn't share those same goals. And whatever confusion there may have been was due to the fact that the financial realities of the budget are such that there was significant concern about whether or not programs like targeted local hire and like our summer youth employment program and like the other programs that EWDD and housing and so many rec and parks and so many other of our existing departments currently provide would be cut and those services would be lost to communities of color at the same time that we were providing this funding in the UB. So I think that was what drove the concern, and I think your motion addresses much of that concern, and I appreciate it very much. And I appreciate also the and just this is very personal to you, Mr. Price, but you have been one of the leaders on our council in reminding us of the need to invest in the small business community, and particularly the business community in communities of color, which is what creates sustainable change. And the discussion we just had a moment ago, for example, on that recommendation was an example of that. And I think you and I have worked so closely together on these issues in your role as Economic Development Chair and my role as Ad Hoc Committee on Jobs Creation Chair that this has been a priority for both of us, and I'm really pleased that we're able to move forward with including targeted local hire and some of the other jobs programs that are going to lift people up permanently and not just temporarily. So I'm happy to second your motion with my appreciation and thanks for all that you have done to drive this forward. I would ask, because I know that everybody on this committee, as well as others in our council, care so passionately about targeted local hire and have been so pleased with the life-changing impacts that it's had on so many people who are struggling and suffering in our city right now. I'd ask if you would accept as a friendly amendment that we also provide an instruction to exempt the targeted local hire program from the hiring freeze and encourage general managers to continue to hire from the targeted local hire program and expand that program to the extent possible, and that we instruct all departments that do make targeted local hire hires to report those costs to the CAO for funding from the UB line item that includes targeted local hire.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy to open this up for discussion. Mr. Blumenfield, followed by Mr. Bonin, followed by Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I think this is a much more sensible way to go about it. I mean, last week we were talking about the cuts that were before us, and I was raising concerns with the technology piece, the records management issue. It pained me to see that cut because those technology upgrades, which are not being cut under your proposal, create greater efficiencies. We're penny wise and pound foolish to cut, and so I couldn't. I was happy to exclude those things from the cuts because, frankly, those things would have, whether you want to reduce the police or increase the police, it didn't make sense to cut that because you're just creating efficiency. The paperwork time that our officers spend that can be reduced by this, getting more either patrols or freeing up resources for more alternative interventions, just makes sense. So the way you're doing it makes a lot of sense, and putting it into the UB also is the way to go, because that way we wait until that was the whole issue here, was to make sure that we put aside the money, but that we create the programs before we allocate them. So that now by putting in the UB, having it there, that gives us the time and to be able to be deliberative and create programs that actually do what we want to do. So I appreciate you bringing forward this compromise. I wouldn't even call it a compromise. It's just a better framing of the issue in a way that we can all get behind. Or I don't know if we can all get behind it, but I can get behind it. And this allows us to do what we need to do for the budget, be smarter about putting the money in the UB, be smarter about not making the cuts that are the civilian cut and the technology cuts that would have hurt us generally. And then we still are faced with the overtime issue and the overtime bank, which is a problem. And I've talked about before, probably ad nauseum, about how I think we should look at some of those bank costs as a credit card and try to pay that down with FEMA and other funds, so that we don't have this high interest credit card down the road. But that is a down the road issue, not a today issue, but it's one I think we need to work on. So with that, I will just end and just say that overall I think we are trying to do our best to hear what the street is telling us, what people are telling us in terms of the need to deal with alternative interventions and deal with systemic racism and all of those things. And I think this helps get us on that pathway, and it helps us address the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomfield. Mr. Bonin, followed by Mr. Kretz, followed by Mr. Price.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Price, for the motion. I'm glad to see you and Mr. Krikorian working together to come up with, I think, a really smart way to go forward that honors the intention of the motion that you and Mr. Wesson and Mr. Harris-Dawson and others made. One of the things that was problematic was that there was a potential to be making the civilian cuts, and this fixes that. We have actually done two things today to make the LAPD budget better. One, this is the right way to start cutting in the department by sparing some of the important civilian functions and putting the burden on the overtime. And we also, by deferring the furloughs earlier in this agenda, we have forestalled, at least for the time being, an action that would have, if carried out for the entire year, reduced neighborhood patrols, those that respond to 911 calls, by 220,000 hours a year. So anybody who says that this budget and this action threatens public safety isn't paying attention or isn't telling the truth, because the budget that we had before threatened public safety. This is a budget that now starts, let me underscore starts, to make an investment in public safety that works for more people in Los Angeles. We are, this is an overused analogy or comparison, but we're a tale of two cities in many different ways. We have neighborhoods in Los Angeles and demographics in Los Angeles that really like the system of public safety we have in Los Angeles. And then, which is an armed response to pretty much everything. And then we have lots of neighborhoods in Los Angeles that we have heard from very clearly, very succinctly, very forcefully, who believe and feel and know in their bones that the system of public safety we have makes them less safe and makes them feel threatened and makes their lives feel threatened. And those of us who live in one of those universes, it's our responsibility to make sure that we come up with a public safety system that works for everyone. And this is the first step towards doing that. It's the first step. There's a lot of other motions this council is working on. There'll be more coming this week and later in the end of July, I'm sure. But for those who don't think that this knife cuts deeply enough, we are not done. There is more work that is going to be done to craft public safety alternatives. And this fiscal picture for this city does not look good. And we are going to have to be coming back. We are going to have to making more cuts. And I've been saying since April, that means LAPD needs to be on the same chopping block as anybody else in the city. So more is going to be coming. This is step number one, and there's a lot of steps ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. And by our actions today, that LAPD certainly is being treated in the same way as other departments. I again share your pessimism about the coming year, which is why this discussion became as thorough as it has been, because of the likelihood of additional downward trends. So if we are going to make the kinds of future investments that we want to make, particularly to lift up communities that have been underserved, we're going to have to find other places to go. And one of those places that I think we have to go to is the CARES Act money that the federal government has already provided to this city, which so far, the majority of which has not been appropriated. And had it been appropriated in a way that we could account for in this budget, we would be in a different situation right now than we are. But I think going forward, I look forward to much of that money being spent in a way that supports the kinds of initiatives that we're all talking about and we all wish we could provide for, but we can't in the current general fund, the current state of this general fund, because the situation is likely to get worse before it gets better, and there's no place else that we can go to supplement those revenues beyond that pot of money that the federal government has provided us, which is outside of the control of this committee. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I'm still digesting this proposal, which is a complete surprise to me, although mostly a good surprise in terms of how it's structured. Similar to the announcement that the city would be cutting $150 million from the police budget without talking to the city council that makes that decision, but just announcing it. I'm not convinced that cutting the LAPD is the step towards reform. I think the reforms are the step towards reform, and then if it involves cutting the LAPD, well, so be it. But I still think this is somewhat ass backwards and is still structured as a punishment towards the LAPD, which I think is a mistake because the call for defunding the LAPD has nothing to do with the LAPD or Los Angeles. This is taking place in every major city in the country. It's not because of the bad actions of the LAPD any more than it is because of the bad actions of a police department in Oregon or Iowa. This is a universal request. Having said that, I think this is much more in tune with our fiscal situation. Rather than just taking a big chunk out of the budget and placing it somewhere else and digging a bigger hole. I think it's important that this helps to address furloughs from what I hear. It appears that it doesn't cut the things that we say from cutting in the previous proposal, particularly some relatively modest cuts in efficiency, with the management system and workstation replacement, which I believe will save a huge multiplier in terms of efficiency. It also doesn't make the cuts in the civilian side, which again I think is a much less expensive and more efficient use of time, rather than cutting civilians and replacing them with sworn officers having to do their job and probably less well because they're not trained for it. It apparently maintains those restorations. Now, what I didn't catch is what actually is the 16 million. So maybe you can repeat that again, because that was a surprise that I'm not sure I caught.
Mr. Price, did you want to be heard again? Or I couldn't tell if you were raising your hand or not.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, again, I think this is not anti-police, but it's pro-community. This is an opportunity we have to reimagine, reallocate, reaffirm our commitment to a more just, more equitable society. This is a baby step. This is the first step. And so I appreciate the support from committee members who are expressing commitment to not just this motion, but to the idea of moving our community forward in a more equitable manner. I appreciate it, and I look forward to your aye vote. Thank you.
I still have, Mr. Chair, I still have to ask that question though. Where did the 16 million that gets you up to 150? If it didn't come from the things that we had taken out of the 150, how was that number reallocated back up to 150 million?
Mr. Price, from my understanding of what was read into the record by Mr. Price, it would come from an additional reduction in LAPD sworn overtime. So that's where the difference is made up.
Okay. Yep. That's where it came from.
And per Mr. Blumenfield's comments, I presume we recognize that LAPD couldn't digest $16 million of additional cuts and sworn overtime, so they would have to bank that in the future, and it would be something, while not the most efficient step we could take, something we'd have to deal with in a future year, not in our worst budget year.
So if you recall, there was a previous recommendation that you adopted when we heard the LAPD report, and I believe it's on here, is to have LAPD report on the use of banked overtime, because it would be our expectation, and I think Rich can also chime in on this, it would be our expectation is that while the overtime account is being reduced, we would also expect that the use of overtime be reduced as well, and thereby lessen the need for the same amount of banked overtime in the budget. So that would be our concern. But there is a recommendation to have the constant monitoring and report on the use of overtime by LAPD, and that will be coming back to your budget committee.
So is the assumption with this budget that we actually would not bank that additional $16 million, that we would cut overtime even an additional $16 million? I think that would make it very difficult for the department to function, honestly.
Oh, there's no doubt in our mind that it will be difficult for the department. But what both CAO and our office expect is that we will still have a reduction. So while you may be reducing the LAPD budget overtime by about $90 million, we do not expect that LAPD will be banking $90 million worth of overtime either. We do expect to see some reduction in the use of overtime as well. Oh, there's Mr. Llewellyn, and maybe he can back me up on that.
Council members, I just want to agree with Ms. So. I do believe it's important for you to monitor, and I hope part of your message to the chief is to manage the overtime. I don't think you're guaranteed no banking, but I would be very distressed if we saw $90 million in banking.
Do you think it's at all possible there would be no banking and there would be $90 million in overtime cut? It's very difficult for me to figure out how they went into, even modest emergencies with a $90 million cut in overtime.
Council members, the PD certainly has said they feel they use their overtime well, and it would be very difficult to do this. I hear them. I support PD, but I do think in the past you have been generous with their staff and their overtime. The fact that you're sort of tightening the belt a bit, I hope they will manage as best they can. I think I'm with Ms. So on that one. I hope we will see a significant reduction in overtime use and not all just going to the bank. If there's some extraordinary outburst, if there are multiple wildfires the same day, I mean, obviously there are things they can't anticipate. None of us could. And everyone would understand that. I hope it's not routinely, month by month, just eating up the bank. I hope that's part of what you will be managing.
Yeah, I would expect that too, and I thought there was a modest chance they might be able to stay within their overtime requirements if they largely revamped their policies and approach, and we had no major emergencies for a whole year. The $16 million makes me very queasy, and I would almost give 100% prediction that they'll never be able to digest that, and it winds up being banked and cost us more in the long run in the following year. So that's certainly my greatest fiscal concern with this. I obviously have had only a few minutes to digest it, so it clearly is a considerably more fiscally responsible approach and gives us more flexibility should we have the disastrous year that we might, and it gives us protection for targeted local hire, which I thought was potentially one of the great ironies, that probably the best program for equity that goes to the people that are absolutely the most disadvantaged would be cut, and especially one that I played a major role in getting off the ground, coordinating with the mayor and the council president and myself as personnel chair to poke and prod and torture all our general managers until they actually started hiring from that list. So I'm happy that this proposal allows us to continue doing some targeted local hire. I think it's a considerably better proposal. I think it combines our concerns for our current finances with some concerns that we hope we can use the money to help the community in a lot of different ways. I give myself the option to rethink this at council based on minutes of analysis of it, but I think it's a much more rational proposal, does good in a lot of different ways, and so I'll vote for it at least here today.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz. And just as a side note on your point about managing the overtime and monitoring it as we go forward, I think we all have to be honest with ourselves too, that part of our process of monitoring that may be that we need to give greater flexibility to the department in how they expend overtime rather than line iteming our own personal requests for expenditures of police overtime. And we may just have to swallow hard as a council and realize that maybe our favorite project might not be able to be separately funded with overtime, and let the department manage it as best they can now that we've reduced that overtime budget as much as we're proposing to do. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't want to beat a dead horse on this, but I do expect, my motion about the FEMA money and various federal dollars wasn't just to monitor it, but to look at where we are spending overtime on those issues. We are spending a lot of overtime on FEMA-related issues, that we make sure that when those costs get banked, that we have the federal resources to unbank them and basically reduce that credit card. It's going to take a little while. I know it takes a little while to get FEMA money, but there's other federal money as well. But that's part of this overall movement, which is we're making these cuts, but we understand that there is ways to pay down that credit card, because the credit card is a financially foolish credit card when we go down that road. So yeah, there's a reduction in overtime, but we're also making it very clear, and I've made this motion earlier, but I always feel like it doesn't get through clear enough. I want to make sure we do everything we can to pay that credit card down with eligible expenses.
I'm sorry.
I think it's clear. Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Blumenfield knows that that motion was not lost. We took it very seriously, and it's recommendation 15 of the report.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, members, on this matter? All right. Then let's go ahead and call the roll on Mr. Price's motion, please.
Just one quick thing.
Mr. Blumenfield.
I'm just looking at 15. It just says FEMA. It should say FEMA and other federal reimbursements, because there's a number of federal funds.
We'll consider that a technical change that the CLA can interlineate when we approve this entire recommendation. Mr. Price, did you have anything else? All right. Then,
thank you.
Mr. Kretz, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Peretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. This amendment is approved.
Very good. Thank you very much, members. I had a couple of things here that I apologize I needed to add in as proposals to the overall recommendations. One is I'd like to move that, given the unique role played by the Office of Public Accountability in the charter and the fact that 100% of its costs are covered by the DWP, I'd move that the office be exempted from furloughs, the hiring freeze, and any contracting restrictions placed upon them by the mayor's directives. That's a motion, if anyone would care to second. All right. Is there any discussion about that? All right, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes, this amendment is approved.
Thank you. And further to our earlier discussion about economic development, I'd also like to move that we place 9 months funding, which should be approximately $300,000 from the Economic Development Trust Fund set aside for JEDI zones into the salaries account for EWDD in order to fill 4 management analysts that will work on the implementation of the JEDI zones program. That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes, this amendment is approved.
Thank you, members. And then finally, this is kind of a technical thing, but the Department of Cultural Affairs in this budget has a funding line item for new murals, but for some reason, the preservation of existing murals, the conservation of existing murals was dropped off of that. And so I'd like to include an instruction to restore the Department of Cultural Affairs mural conservation project as proposed in the fiscal year 1920 budget, in the coming budget.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes, this amendment is approved.
Very good. Well, thank you, members. If there is nothing else then, we've done a lot of work on the CLA's recommendations. Ms. So, before we move forward, Ms. So.
Yes, Mr. Chair. You approved on the amendments. You didn't approve all of the other recommendations that we didn't discuss.
I wasn't finished with my sentence.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
I was getting to that. It's all right. I would like to now propose that we approve the CLA's recommendations in their entirety as they've been amended through the course of this meeting.
Second.
Is that a motion? I'll second.
That is a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Price. So let's go ahead and open the roll on the CLA's recommendations as amended.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes, this item is approved as amended.
All right, very good. So thank you, everyone. This is our final Budget and Finance Committee meeting of this budget year. We will be taking up all of our recommendations as we put them forward in tomorrow's council agenda. So it'll probably be a little bit more abbreviated than when we usually present the budget in council, but we've done, I think, important work here under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. And I'll probably discuss it a little bit more fully tomorrow in council, but I do want to thank everybody on our staffs, everybody with the CLA's office, the CAO's office, with ITA for helping to make these meetings possible, and to our clerk as well. But I'll discuss that a little bit greater length tomorrow during council, but I do want to thank you all very much for getting us to this point. Members, is there anything further that we need to discuss? Seeing nothing further, is there any other? Oh, Mr. Bonin, I'm sorry. Is that a wave goodbye, or are you waiting to be called upon? You're muted.
Just wanted to briefly thank you and your staff and all of our staffs for working on this, and really to give a shout out to CLA and CAO. Many of us have not slept much in the past few months. I don't think Sharon has slept at all. I just want to acknowledge the staff for all the hard work they've done. This has not been an easy process, and you know, in my persona of Eeyore, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So I just want to acknowledge you along the way, because we're going to be doing this for a while. Thank you.
I second that motion, Mr. Bonin.
I want to third that motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we all do.
And we'll have a more robust opportunity when we bring it up tomorrow. So, in the meantime, is there any other business before the committee this evening?
The desk is clear.
Very good. Thank you, members. Thank you to the members of the CLA's staff and the CAO staff, and to our staffs. I appreciate your work under extraordinarily difficult and unusual circumstances. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.